you want to be a part of the CoCo community? Sure, we all do. So join this free weekly live talk show to find out how easy it is to watch at home and learn about your color computer. At the CoCoNation, more than 9 million men and women have participated in the community without setting foot outside their homes. And now at home in your spare time, you can see what's happening, or even join the discussion. Choose from any one of these segments: panel intros, project updates, acquisitions, CoCo thoughts, featured interviews and events, the Game On Challenge, news, Ron's Garage, CoCo commercials, show coverage, panel goodbyes, or you can join one of our extra shows. You can choose from the Game On Challenge Live or CoCo Tech. Join the CoCoNation right now.
Click the link for the free information TJB Chris spoke about. Then decide if you want to watch the CoCoNation Live Show, the world's leading live weekly talk show featuring the Tandy color computer, its siblings, cousins, and red-headed stepchildren. Visit thecoconation.com. There is no obligation and no salesman will visit you. Visit thecoconation.com.
The CoCoNation show is an unscripted, live, and interactive broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own, and not necessarily those of the CoCoNation show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds are encouraged, and a sense of humor is recommended. Thank you for being a part of the CoCoNation.
Radio Shack? Okay.
What?
The 80s called.
Welcome to the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoNation Show, episode 380. Boy, we got a full panel today.
Where'd all these people come from?
Full of something. It's called Summer is Coming to an End. Today's the last day of summer.
Yeah. Well,
oh, that's right. It is. It is. Okay.
Well, my thermometer says 100 already. It's just
89 degrees. 89 degrees in central Ohio. So, yeah.
Switch to Celsius.
We're supposed to get snow tomorrow, so, you know.
Celsius. I prefer Diet Dr. Pepper.
So, all right.
No, Celsius, not seltzer.
There's actually a drink called Celsius. I saw it the other day.
Yeah, they
I don't know
market it
if you
pretty
guys
heavily
noticed,
here.
but the show started.
What happened to
Oh, that's
Centigrade?
right.
There's a show.
Oh, that's old school.
This is going out.
Yes.
Yep.
It is.
Okay.
Hi, folks.
So we'll try to get the
Show.
train back on the rails. Let's see. Introductions. In the upper left-hand corner, we got Marco.
I'm number one. I'm number one. Hey, glad to be here.
I'm not touching that one. Next over, we got Kevin Holloway.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm not going to say what number I am.
Next over, yours truly, the button pusher. Next up, we got Rick Euland.
Howdy, folks, and figure out how to play this tic-tac-toe.
Let's see. There's no center square today. All right. Next row, we got Alan, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome to the show.
And then we got Ron Deluxe.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Enjoy the show. Today, it's going to be a long one.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And let's see.
Long or longer?
And let's see. Next up, we got Bob Emery.
Hello, everyone. I think my mic is working. Maybe I'm not sure.
Yep.
Yay.
Yep, sounds good.
Yep.
Welcome.
And we got Grant Leedy.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Mr. Tornado.
Mr. CoCoFEST.
Next up, we got David Ladd.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. Please sit, stay a while. We've got guests with us.
So be on your best behavior.
We'll be doing a lot of sitting.
But are they special guests?
All right. Next up, Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
And Henry Gernhardt.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the CoCoNation. My name's Henry, and today I'm looking forward to hearing from Paul and some other folks.
And next up, we have the famous Paul Shoemaker.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me today.
Okay. And on the bottom row, we have Jason.
Hello, hello, hello from the highways and byways of North America. But don't worry, I brought my Diet Dr. Pepper.
And you're driving Mopar. Amen.
That's right.
Oh, and what comes to mind is Highway to Hell. Next over, L Curtis Boyle.
Welcome to the show, everyone. It's going to be a long news segment today because, well, Septandy's still going on.
Oh boy, and
Bring your pillows, folks.
All right, next up, Nick Marentes.
And I'd just like to apologize in advance. I had nothing to do with this show.
I like
Nick
that one.
disavows all knowledge ahead of time. That's
That's the
awesome.
most ringing endorsement we've ever had. I'm almost teary-eyed.
I like to be prepared.
Last but not least, we get Ken Waters.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, in the chat, we got Marco, Kevin Holloway, Wayne Campbell, Exile in Paradise, L Curtis, and we got Julian Brown, Jim Rye, Mike Swiffle, Sixty, Mark Siegel, Tom Eric Gunderson, Marco, the Tech Dungeon. Porter Coco, Rocky Hill. And Mikey N61L. And that catches us up on the chat. So, first up today, project updates. Brian, I think you were up first on the list.
Oh, there we go. Am I coming through?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make a quick, brief announcement here. I know you guys got a lot to cover today. I just want to kind of throw out there to join us next week for project updates. I have something kind of special I want to share with the group. And so I just wanted to kind of tease everybody to tune in next week to see something special that I'd like to share with you all. So that's
it's
my
an
update.
Update.
Right?
So you found the CoCo 4.
CoCo 4.
Is that
No,
going to interfere with
yeah, tune in next week and we'll all see it together.
Is it CoCo related?
Yes.
No, someone already knows what it is.
I have the undiscovered Atari computer that no one knew about. Yes, no. Just tune in next week and you guys will see what it's all about. So I think you'll enjoy it.
They found more stuff in that landfill in New Mexico?
Possibly.
Uh-oh.
I was going to say he's going to show us an empty room and goes, yeah, I just got rid of all my CoCo stuff. That'd be the biggest surprise of all.
Right. So thanks, guys. We'll see you next week.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian.
Okay. Let's see. Jason, I think you had something.
Yes, I did. Other than just a very quick announcement. I have decided to offer on the CoComan.biz website, and since I'm driving, I don't have a picture or anything, but it is on the website at CoComan.biz. By popular demand, I'm offering a RGB cable for the CoCo 3 that will hook to a Commodore 1084S and a particular Magnavox model that I don't have in my brain right now.
8515?
I believe so. Yes, it's on the website. I have it listed on the website, but it's escaping my thoughts right now. But I'm also driving through a very narrow construction area where they have me driving on the other side of the road, and it's just very bizarre.
Looks like Henry's brought it up. Does it have the detail there, Henry? I'm sure it's either the 8515 or the 8135 or whatever it is.
1084S Magnavox HCM515 RGB monitor cable. Looks like it's going to be $30. Use this cable to connect your CoCo 3 RGB output to a North American Commodore 1084S or Magnavox HCM515 monitor. No additional cables or adapters needed. Plug and play.
I got mine right here. I already have a cable.
That's that pretty much says it all. And just to
so
yeah, that's
what's
the
the
good point is
what's the name of it?
Yeah,
what Australian name did you pick?
S/Magnavox HCM515.
No. That sounds
That's
like
the name.
American. I'm talking about the
description.
That's just kind of the placeholder name. I guess I could give it an Australian name. I haven't.
Kookaburra cable.
I already have one of those.
How about the kangaroo?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Now, Jason, now you have something to do during your long drive. You can think of an Australian name for this product.
You know, and I just got a message the other day going, "Hey, mate, are you in Australia?" I just
Nick, I've told you 1,000 times, don't drunk dial.
And I've had on the website for quite some time where it says, you know, Australian inspired products made in the USA. But so that's the first message I've gotten in a long time. But and now speaking of Australia, just to and Nick can verify this, that you know, that's specifically the North American monitors with the 6-pin DIN connector is what that cable's for, because the Australian, I think, PAL version of the 1084S uses SCART, so you'd want to get a SCART cable for that.
Yeah, I think the old ones did. I think the newer ones did have that DIN jack as well. I have an old 1081, and it's only got the SCART. But yeah,
so we have a suggestion in
whatever
the
you
chat.
do, don't confuse that for a joystick plug.
No.
Yeah, that would not be very joyful if you did that.
So we have a suggestion in the chat for Outback cable.
Ooh. It does go out the back.
Ooh.
It does go out the back.
Yeah, back of the monitor and back of the CoCo. That actually fits.
That's an interesting thing. I'm just concerned about the steakhouse. of the same name.
Yeah,
just don't call it the outhouse steak cable then.
Yeah.
Outhouse they're
steak
Outback
table?
Steakhouse. I don't know.
I wouldn't ask people
House.
how well they want it done.
Okay. Anything else
Rare,
for
of
project
course.
updates?
Grant, you usually come on when you have something to talk about from either a club meeting or CoCoFEST related or something, or are you just actually on for fun today?
On for fun, but I will say that I have posted information on the Glenside website for the hotels, and I was just checking it, and we've already sold out of the king size beds already for the hotels. So I just texted them a while ago that we needed to add more beds. So it's like
I'll be sleeping in the parking lot, right?
Yep. So no, they'll add more rooms for the king size, but the queen size beds are available. But I would say Monday the king size beds will be available as well. So, but everything's ready to go on the hotel front, so we're good to go.
Now,
Cool.
Did you get your king size bed already there, Grant?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, we're not doing two queens this year and having a last minute person show up. So
No, you just have to share the king.
not gonna happen.
Your snuggle buddy.
No, he'll go in your room now, Google man.
Oh no. I
Oh, okay. Anything else?
Snuggle Bear.
Okay.
I did get the new iPhone 16 Pro Max yesterday. I like it. It's very
I'm
nice.
sorry.
Does it have a CoCo emulator yet?
No, it doesn't have that, but it's a nice phone, I will say.
You can run a Linux emulator and get XRAR and MAME working on that.
True.
But here's the scary thing. Why did they publish the repair guide for the new phone the same day they start selling the phone? Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it?
For the do-it-yourself
Wasn't that the European
people.
Union made it mandatory that they have to
Yep.
have this right to repair thing?
Yep.
I know.
I think
I
the
was
States is
being
doing it too.
sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
About time they're doing the right thing.
Does it come with a flow? I can't think.
I don't think I'm going to repeat what's in chat.
Yep.
A flow of it.
No, that'd probably be a good idea not to do that.
Why was it
good,
said?
huh?
You just have to check out the chat later.
You can go look yourself.
On
Can you
YouTube, I'm assuming.
Can you paraphrase?
You should see it on both, but yeah, YouTube.
Just think trains, planes, and automobiles. All right. So, Curtis, we have some special guests here today.
Yeah, we'll have a third one popping on later too, not related to the same subject, but David Kroeker, I'll mention probably in about an hour, so he's just getting set up, but he's at the Manitoba Retro Gaming and Computer Show right now. And once he's set up, he'll come on and show us a show. I don't know if Bruce Moore's be able to make it. He was going to try, so we might have a couple of guests coming on. But yeah, right now we have a couple of guests, Paul Shoemaker and, well, Nick Morenty's not really a guest. He's always here. But both of them are actually releasing games this week. Paul, you released yours, what, about 2 or 3 days ago and already had one little bug fix update?
That's right. More to come for sure, but one already.
and Nick, you're doing your official launch, so you've had several people, including myself, beta testing it. So,
Yep, no bugs found.
Did you guys want to flip a coin as to who goes first, or do you want to go first, Paul, because yours actually came out a couple of days before Nick's?
Yeah, Paul can go first.
And what's the name of the game? And I can add it to the title.
The
Lava
name
Hero.
Yep.
Okay.
Lava Hero. Lava.
Yeah. Both games involve the name Hero, which is kind of a weird coincidence.
It was a weird coincidence.
And has lava.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that the
You guys
soap?
cloned each other's game without even knowing it. That's
Without
awesome.
even knowing it. Yeah.
I sense a theme.
Well, you know, great minds think alike, and obviously they're on the same wavelength.
There is a lava soap, you know.
That's why nobody thinks like me. I don't have a great mind.
Yeah, that's true.
Got that.
Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
All right. Did I spell introducing correctly?
Too small for me to read. What does it say?
Hey, Curtis, do you realize you have a
right.
pimple on your chin?
Have a what?
You have a pimple on your chin. It's about right.
No.
Look at Mark.
No,
that's a Twizzler.
Leave him alone.
I fail to see how that matters, Grant.
It's just like it's so big I can't miss it. It's taking up my screen. I'm sorry.
Grant, we could say a few things for you too.
No.
But
And
we don't do
then
that
there's
on this
Grant's
show.
whole face.
And now he's muted. Now we can't hear what he says.
Did you introduce Mr. Shoemaker? Because I thought maybe he should talk now.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. Okay. So let's see.
No, he doesn't have any.
No, I'm speechless.
Totally derailed him.
Yeah, no, I'm speechless.
Sorry.
Let me share. So, and I'll put the game up here.
Oh, you're showing us the guts of the thing.
Oh yeah. You're getting
man.
The deep dive.
A deep dive of
That's pretty.
It's something.
I see you're doing your graphics in Excel like I sometimes do too.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. I do all of that. This is the way I do all of my games. I do all of the design in Excel, and of course I do all of it's all cross assembly. I am not a I don't think I could do it just on a CoCo like Nick does, but it's all basically this way every time.
He said
so let's
basically.
See. All assemblable. So let's see. So similar to Ghost Rush, where I got the idea from a cell phone game, Lava Hero is also based on a cell phone game, but it's called Stick Hero. But it wasn't actually the cell phone game that I saw first, but there was a Pico 8 version of Stick Hero that I don't remember how I stumbled across it, but when I saw it, I thought, boy, that would be kind of cool to do a CoCo rendition of that. And it's a single button game, and I dig single button games. I think they're easy to pick up and play, and they can still be challenging and hopefully fun. So the object of Lava Hero is to kind of grow your bridge by pressing and holding the fire button on the right joystick until you think it's long enough to cover the gap between where your ninja is and the next island. But, not too long. Your ninja is kind of like a lemming in that he will, by God, run the full length of the bridge, even if you really shouldn't do that. And so as soon as you release the fire button, the ninja starts crossing the bridge, and I'll maybe show you. And then while you are running, you can click the button on your joystick again, and the ninja will go up or down. Oops. And if he runs it to the side, he dies. Yeah. And so occasionally you'll get, let me see if I can get a gem here. Nope, I died again. There's a gem. Occasionally there will be these little bouncing gems right above the lava that you can collect for additional points. And that's pretty much it, right? When you make it across successfully, not like that.
So how do you get the gem?
You have to run underneath. Let's see if I can do it again.
Wow, that's iffy.
Oh,
there's one.
There's
Got
one.
the gem.
Ouch.
I got the gem. Yeah. So you can either run on top or on bottom, and you press the button to toggle up or down above the above the bridge or whatever, and then.
Well, that's why the guy's a ninja, right?
He's a ninja, so all ninjas can run underneath stuff. That's right. So it's so that's basically it, right? It's just the game is designed to see how long can you last, how many times can you successfully, make sure you grow the bridge the right length and have it flop over and actually span and hit the right spot. Now, if you see the little yellow dot in the middle of the island, that's kind of like the sweet spot, and you can get extra points if you grow your bridge exactly the right height and it flops down and hits pixel perfectly, right where that yellow dot is. You can get some additional points. And that's also a feature of the original Stick Hero as well. But
now, does the game get progressively harder? Like the platforms, the little islands get narrower and narrower as time goes on, or is it totally random?
No, it's totally random. It's random in terms of how far away it is, and the width is random. Now it only goes so skinny and it only goes so wide. The islands do, but otherwise it's completely random. I had considered adding a couple of other features, and maybe I'll do that and do a subsequent release. I'm not really sure yet, but I thought about adding like a little fireball or something that would come across on when you have really long spans to run that you would have to like duck underneath, sort of like
Yeah, there's a
I
couple
don't know.
CoCo games. Dragonfire has something like
Dragonfire
that.
does something like that. And then I was also thinking about, because like right now, like you can just sit for a long time and the game will just wait for you. I thought about doing a little like joust lava hand that comes out and have it like after a while, if you take too long, it reaches up and grabs you and pulls you in. But I didn't add that feature yet either. But I thought it would be good to kind of add, and I thought over time I could make that happen faster so that you have to spend less time thinking about trying to gauge the distance and more time just doing it and hoping you get it right. But we'll see. I haven't added those additional features yet, and I'm not sure that I will, but it was a couple of other things that I was thinking about.
You know, it's a little in my simple mind, the fire button should do something fire.
Yeah, as I was playing this, I started thinking about Ninja Warrior, that old CoCo game, and I thought maybe I could add like a couple of homages to Ninja Warrior and have him like stab stuff or something like that. But with it just being a single button game, it you have to be a little.
Yeah, it's a little tricky to try to make that work with the other functions you got to do.
Right.
Now we should mention here you're showing the CoCo 3 version, so that has the enhanced palette.
Correct.
And it requires a 64K or 32K.
It's only about I don't know. It's only about 17 kilobytes long, I think. So I think it's probably will run on a 32K CoCo 1 or 2. Not sure. Haven't tried it.
Yeah. So here we're now showing the CoCo 1 and 2 palette, or the Dragon for that matter, because Ciaran ported it for you already.
He did. He was nice enough, and he ported it even before I gave him any of the code or anything to do. He just in his magical way, he eliminated the CoCo check, and he took out a couple of things that's CoCo specific, like turning off the floppy drive and a couple of other sort of weird loads and stores that I do at the beginning of the game, and it totally worked. So he made a Dragon version, and he's already posted it in a couple of different places, which was super nice of them. So thank you, Ciaran, for doing all that.
Yeah, I should mention too. I believe you have some multi-voice music and stuff. Is that an original composition, or was that taken from the original game it was inspired by? Or
no, I don't know if the original game has any music in it or not. But the music in the game is taken from a 1985 arcade game called the Shanghai Kid, I think, and I think it's like a fighting game, kind of like Karate Champ or whatever. But I found this MIDI rendition online, and it had it's like 18 channel MIDI, but I pared it down to 4, the 4 most important channels, and then converted that into the 4-voice music thing that I use. I like to have a little bit of music up front, and it only plays the tune once, right? It plays it just when you first load the game, and then it never plays it again because, for me, I got tired of listening to it after a while. So I figure everybody else would too.
Mark B, what were you going to say? I cut you off. Sorry.
I was going to like on this looking for additional ideas on the lava that's bubbling down here. Occasionally a big old burp, like a sunspot, to come up and get you.
Yeah, the lava is actually, it's like the same 8 bytes of lava bubble that's just repeated across all 32 bytes of the screen, just at offset timing, so you sort of can't tell that it's the same animation happening 4 times across the screen. And I could add some additional bubbles and bigger bubbles and things like that too, for sure. It's a good idea. The original game doesn't actually have lava. I think the land islands that I call them are more like spires of land, and when the guy falls off, he just falls right off the bottom of the screen, and I guess he plummets hundreds of feet to his horrible death or something. But I thought it would be neat to do some lava at the bottom, because the original game also has like a background that sort of slowly scrolls as you make your way across one island to another, and I didn't do that on mine, so I thought I'd give it some sort of visual interest.
Paul, what I thought of when I first got there was that the island would start to go down from the lava tube, kind of sink a little bit.
That's another way to kind of do a time thing where if it slowly sinks, you have only a certain amount of time. But I don't know how you draw the line. You'd have to make a diagonal plank or something, which would probably make the writing more
They
difficult.
both go down.
Yeah, they both
yeah, I
go
guess,
down.
yeah.
That's not a bad idea. That would work. And if they both went down, I could actually that's an adjustment I could probably make. I
That would
think
be cool.
the original game does have different heights, and so you have to like the bridge or whatever will end up at different slopes. But like I had never done a line, like drawn a line that could go from any 2 points to any 2 points, or any point to any point in assembly before. So that was actually the first thing I had to do when I decided I wanted to try this game, was go figure out how to write a line subroutine in assembly language. And so I read a few articles on the, I don't know, Bressingham line algorithm. Yeah. And I went and looked at Rick's code, which he's got shared on GitHub because he happens to have a line subroutine right out there on his GitHub page. But I ended up finding someplace out on the internet. I ended up finding an article that somebody had written, and I think the code was in C, maybe. I'm not really sure what it was, but it was really like step by step and well documented. I could understand it. So I ended up sort of converting that code into assembly language for the CoCo.
Was it like 2 a.m.?
It was, right?
Yeah.
That took me the longest, was figuring out how to do the lines in assembly. That was, for me, that was the hardest part of the whole thing. The rest of it came together pretty quickly after I got the line thing. And then because it draws the line straight up and then it flops over. And so I had to figure out how to like make it flop over in those increments from straight up to horizontal. And so and to do that, because it's like the line length, not only does the slope change, but actually the length of the line changes to make it look like it's coming down in an arc instead of making it, or otherwise it would go straight out and then straight down like it was a rectangle.
Yeah, what screen size is this? Like 128 by
128
96,
by 96. Yeah. So to do the calculations of the steps for it to kind of flop over like that, it takes like fancy sine and cosine stuff. And so I actually just calculated all of the X and Y coordinates for all of the different increments as for every line that could go from one length high all the way up to 118, I think, if memory serves. And I just made a table. And so it's a lookup table as opposed to actually calculating the slope.
Yeah, it's a lot faster than doing sine cosine, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah. So that was the other hard part, was because I'm not like, I think I got a C in geometry when I was in school, right? That's math is typically behind me or beside or above me or whatever else. So it's
yeah, you're like Nick and me, like math is our enemy.
Yeah. I had to, that was the most amount of time it took me, was to figure out how to do all the line stuff. And then, as I say, all the rest of it came pretty easy after that.
Now, like, I guess you're not quite sure how big it is, but would it be something that would fit and maybe run the MC10 if Simon did a conversion of it? Because this looks like a game that would be kind of ideal for the MC10 as well.
I am starting the MC10. I actually started it this morning. I think it would fit. It probably would require the, expanded memory on an MC10, but I actually started it earlier this morning, figuring out how to do the MC10 version. But I hadn't. The last MC10 program I did was for video poker, when I did my video poker game. And I actually did it first for the MC10 and then ported it to the CoCo secondly. So it's been months and months since I looked at MC10.
Is that easier to do then?
It's not.
No. So it's better to go backward?
Well, they're both, it's like 6803 and 6809 are similar, but there's key differences, and there's enough key differences that it's confusing to remember like what you can do in one that you can't do in another. And so I'm going to just take it sort of subroutine by subroutine and convert it as I go, and hopefully it'll work. We'll see.
Cool. So if people want to grab the game, you're offering it for free, I believe.
Yes.
You're doing it on your itch.io page? It
is. It's on my itch.io page. You can play it on Ciaran's own, not Guillaume's, but Ciaran's own XRoar online as well. I did post the virtual disk file on Discord as well. Now, the but I cleaned up the music a little bit between when I posted it on Discord to the version that's on my itch.io. So like the latest version is on itch.io, but I fixed the bug in both of the versions that is on Discord and on itch.io as well. So it should be stable, I hope.
So we should go back and download it again off of
From itch.io.
Discord.
Yeah, you should get it from itch.io if you want to try to make sure you get the most recent one. But yes, the one that you can find on Discord now. I deleted the old post and put up a new one. So the only one that's out there works.
All right.
Yeah, so that one has the bug fix, but not the music cleanup.
Yes, and I might be the only person that could tell that the music is any different, but I could tell.
Thanks for making it. It's awesome. I think it's fun.
I'm glad you like it. It was my pleasure. I enjoyed doing it.
That's good to hear you're doing an MC10 version as well, because I know the MC10's been getting a whole flurry of games lately from Infinito and other cross-platform things, and it's good to see some of the CoCo MC10 people are continuing on their own. Besides Jim Gary, of course, makes like 5 a week, but
right. Well, and that's sort of why I like the 128 by 96 resolution. Is not only do I like it because it's got nice square pixels and it doesn't take much memory, and so you can do kind of a lot of stuff on the screen in the vertical blanking period, and so it just feels like the right kind of mix of benefits for me. But it also works on an MC10, so it makes it portable.
Neat. Do you have a CM8 back there with a door on it?
I don't have a CM8 back here. I do have a CM8, but it's not out. It's not up right now. It does have a door.
Crazy.
Yeah.
One of the few.
And I actually got it from a guy in Houston. It was just lucky that he had one for sale. I can't remember if it was Facebook Marketplace or if it was Craigslist or something, but I was able to drive out right to his house and pick it up out of his garage. I was
nice.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Cool. Now your itch.io page, I know itch.io's got several options. Like they have totally free, and they have free, but you can kick a couple bucks as a thank you to the developer. Which way do you have it set up right now?
Totally free.
Oh, okay. So people can't even send you money even if they wanted to.
No. No. I mean, I guess they can figure out a way if they really like dead set on sending me money. I'll take it, but
just buy one of his other games.
You can. You can buy some of my other games. So this one I just put as totally free. You can't. There's no option to donate. And then Goop Rush I also put up as totally free. There's no option to donate. But I think Fire Playtest there's an option. But for the record, everybody, like I don't. Please feel free to take them all for free. That's the intent. Actually, when that ability to just post it for free, I don't think that itch.io even had that option for a while. It either if it was there, I didn't see it before. It's fairly recent.
Okay. All right. Any questions from anybody else in the panel about the game, the development of the game, about the upcoming MC10 version? I was going to ask you, like, when do you expect the MC10 version? But since you're going back to a different CPU and trying to relearn it because you haven't done it in a while, I don't think you would be able to give me an estimate anyway.
Yeah, a month, hopefully, if I'm lucky, a month. And the thing with the MC10 is it doesn't have a VSync IRQ, so I have to figure out how to do Brendan's and I think John Linville and
yeah, we use the timer that's built into the 6803, and you have to like keep tapping a key and shift the color set or something to make sure it lines up.
Yeah. Brendan has tried to explain that to me twice, and I haven't understood a word he said about how that works. So I have to, but I have his paper, so I got to do that first because it's super important, I think, for to be able to have all of the screen updates happen. It's
actually not too hard from what I understand, because basically what you're doing is you can program the timer to do the equivalent of 60 hertz,
right?
But you have no idea where in the screen it's going to kick in. So if you actually just change the color set, say between the green and the white, and then you keep changing where it kicks in and adjust it, then eventually once the person hits the key, it'll line up perfectly, and then the screen will be completely the green color set or completely the white color set. Then you got to lock it in, and that's where your pseudo VSync is.
Would Jim Gary be able to help you, or is he not into the
He's not an assembly language programmer, I don't think.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, he does compiled stuff using Greg Dion's MC10 compiler, base compiler, but.
So is that a manual synchronization you got to do?
Yeah. Yeah, basically you have a way to time it to exactly 60 hertz. The built-in timer interrupt that's built into the 6803 itself is fully capable of doing it, but they didn't hook VSync up inside. So you can't figure out when it's, when the V blank's happening or anything. So you basically, have a key tapping and you shift how many scan lines or how many, you shift your timer and like skip so many cycles and then try it now. Does it line up on the screen or is it cutting it in the middle of the screen? And you just adjust it up and down. If you've seen John Linville's game that we demoed years back, the one where you're running in the forest trying to escape. Can't remember the name of it up to Christmas something or other.
60 says something about Christmas Rush and 50 hertz, 60 hertz.
Yeah, because he basically has that where you tap the key up and down, basically to shift where it's kicking in and thinking the VSync is until you get the screen completely one color. And then you got it right, and then you continue on with the game. Because then it just fires off that. But it has no idea where VSync is when it starts up, because it's not hooked up to the chip.
So now you have a game to look at, right? Inside.
What?
Now he has a game to look at inside to see how they do it. So
I don't know if John published source code for that one. So.
Oh.
No, but Brendan did. He has a code for how he does it, and I've looked at it, but it just hasn't like snapped in my brain about how it's working yet. So I'll spend some time with it and figure it out, I'm sure, and ask Brendan for help if I need it. He's a nice guy. He'll help.
That's cool.
You haven't got his Pi key. There's a video in the news will be coming up here about a developer for the MC10, another one. And he's been using the Pi key with a full PC keyboard with the reprogrammable keys and everything else, and does all of his coding right on the MC10, because he was saying he hasn't found an MC10 emulator that actually emulates the STC MX32, or sorry, MCX32 SD, because he's writing some games that kind of require, hitting the SD card and
Right.
that particular amount of RAM. And none of the emulators do it, so he's actually doing his development right on the MC10, and he was trying to type on the MC10 keyboard. And then he found out the Pi key bought one from Brendan, and he's just in love with the thing.
Yeah, it makes all the difference in the world. People who I suspect, Jim does all of his coding directly on the MC10. He's a soldier for that.
Yeah.
One thing about the MC10 keyboard, I've had one since they came out, and it still works. And it works just the same as it ever did. Some keys you have to push a little harder on. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I have 3 of them, and they all work. Every keyboard on all 3 of my MC10s works, and one of them has been through the ringer, and it still works.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's better than the Spectrums of rubber keys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or the membrane ones on the ZX80 and ZX81.
Yeah. So for a little keyboard, it is quite good.
It actually has a bit of travel. You can feel when you pressed it. That's the big advantage over the membranes like the Atari 400 or the ZX80 81.
It's just physically small.
Yep. Cool. So I asked you a question on Facebook. I don't know if you got a chance to see it or if you wanted to answer or not, but I was asking, when do you think you'll do your first CoCo 3 exclusive game where you kick it into high res? And or do you ever plan on doing that? Maybe you want to keep things that they're always compatible with CoCo 1, 2, and 3, and possibly the MC10.
Yeah, it's a good question. I have a soft spot for the CoCo 2, so of course I like the CoCo 3, but the CoCo 2 is kind of the one that resonates with me the most. I have had ideas in the past for games that I wanted to do that just they needed to be on a CoCo 3, either because of the colors or whatever else. But I don't have anything in mind right now. I'm not against it at all. I just I don't know. I just sort of like doing it for the CoCo 2 as well.
No, that's fine. I just wondering if you had any plans to do that. So, I mean, there's some people like only develop CoCo 3 stuff because that's what they really got sold on, and I generally tend to be more in that camp. But I have done CoCo 1 and 2 stuff too. So. Now, obviously, you'll be working on the MC10 version next. That's your next project. Do you have any plans for your next CoCo 1-2 game or anything, or even some hints? You don't have to tell us anything if you don't want to reveal it, but
Send me graphics.
Yeah, there you go. That eliminates the MC10 though.
It's funny, Nick, because I started trying to figure out what Ghost Rush in semi-graphics could look like and how it would look like, and I just can't. The resolution is so weird in semi-graphics. I just can't.
It is, yeah.
Haven't figured out a way that I could do it in such that I would be happy with how it looked. So I don't know. I would like to do something in semi-graphics because I think the semi-graphic stuff is really cool. And I did a kind of like a dungeon crawler, wizardry kind of thing that in semi-graphics, SG6 or I don't remember what it was, and it worked, and it was actually looking kind of cool. And then I, for whatever reason, started doing something else. So I don't know. Curtis, to answer your question, it's sort of whatever strikes my fancy at any given time. I probably have a dozen projects that I've started and stopped. I started a Castle Wolfenstein clone and got it kind of working and then stopped. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do next. And when I do it, I hope I finish it, because sometimes I start stuff and don't finish it.
That's a good reason not to announce them ahead of time.
That's right. Sometimes I'll announce it to force myself to finish.
Well, he may be helping me with something for the show in May. CoCoFEST.
That's right.
May.
Yeah, you got some time there.
Yep.
As far as the higher semi-graphic stuff there, I think probably a good inspiration if you want to look for a game to try to duplicate would pick some of the Atari 2600, because a lot of their games have the fat wide pixels, but lots of colors too. So it kind of matches. Of course, they did have the missile graphics where you detail two colors for some of your shapes, but most of the backgrounds and stuff, and if the game is based in backgrounds, usually are the wider pixels.
And in fact, I think the Atari 2600 pixel shape is a P Mode 3 pixel shape, because I know I've done I did a Keystone Capers, I call it a demo, right? Because it did actually have the guy running around and everything like that, but it wasn't a playable game at all. And it was exactly right. I could make an exact duplicate in 4 colors of that Activision game for the 2600. So but you're right, they are like a P Mode 3 pixel, sort of short and fat.
Yeah, even more so. Because you only have 64 going across, and your limits of colors, every 2 have to be the same color.
That's right. But I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, I think every slice can be a different color.
Yes.
But the two side by side. Yeah.
Yeah.
The horizontal is
you can pick 190, your 192 vertical or your 96, depending which mode you pick, can be any color mix you want.
Yeah, that's an interesting limitation to try to figure out how to make it look right.
Yeah. The CoCo VGA stuff that I do is in the same format of pixels, and it always translates well from when I do stuff I do. I make so it's just it translates well when you're doing
yeah, it's the same resolution Paul uses in all of his games, 128 by 96.
128 by 96. Yeah,
but it has 16 colors at once and a 512 color palette.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the CoCo VGA right now is in the same state as the GIMEx, and that chip is hard to get, and it hasn't been manufactured in a couple of years now. So I know Brendan was hinting that he might have a solution for it coming out. I don't know if anybody's heard anything since I haven't had a chance to talk to him.
Yep, he might.
Yeah, just a hint, same as you guys, right? I think I talked to him about it not so long ago, and he was sort of crossing his fingers that something good would happen.
It's just like a salt chip solution. It's like a board that would make up the stuff that's in that chip, right? Something like that, or is it something that
it's a modern chip already that he's got replacing the VDG basically, but the problem is that chip, after COVID, they decided to quit manufacturing it. Same problem with the GIMEx.
Yeah,
it become unobtainium. All right. Thank you very much for coming on and showing off the game and showing off some of the development. Thanks for letting us know that you're actually working on MC10 version. I'm sure Jim and a bunch of others will be happy to hear that.
Hey, would you ever consider showing us some of your stuff that's been put aside? Like you were just talking about, in the little demo thing, and maybe sometime bring it, have it ready so you can show us some of the stuff that you have just for ideas. Maybe
You're just trying to get him to commit to actually finishing it because he'll show it in public,
well,
right?
he could be inspired then, or somebody, inspire somebody else to come up with something.
Yeah, I might actually have a. Yes, I would. In fact, oh, guys, give me 1 second. I might actually have something. No, I don't. Okay. I actually have created, like, I took screenshots of everything once and put it up on a slide that because I had intended to kind of share that, but I can't find it right now.
Yeah, I know Nick's done that with us. I can't remember if he's done it in public, but he's shown us multiple games that he'd started on, including a few that he actually blogged for a bit and then gave up. Like his 512K Zaxxon game is one off the top of my head. And he had space game, he had a ninja game of some sort.
This could be a CoCo Tech where guys come on and show us the stuff, the boneyard.
Here's stuff I didn't finish. I have no intention of doing so.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Our failures.
Yeah.
Is that like the opposite of feature creep?
Yeah, feature drop.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, we had a request for a projects I've never finished channel on the CoCo Discord.
Oh, that's good.
It would be
based on that.
Boy, I could dump a lot of stuff in that.
Me too.
So I actually created one, but only the administrators can see it. But it's called Projects I Need to Finish, and it's under the other topics category.
Oh, so you're implying we have to finish them yet? Okay, never mind.
So, just out of curiosity, why admins only?
Because I don't know if anybody wanted to see it yet. So it's just there, but nobody can see it yet. So if I don't get a lot of flack about it,
you're going to
I'll
have
make
to
it
show
public.
us now.
I like the idea.
Yeah.
You spilled the beans.
I like the idea because it's like, say somebody's not finished a project and never gonna finish a project, but somebody else says, "Hey, I want to hack on that."
You know what Paul's thinking right now? Keep talking so I can find the file.
I found it.
Yay!
Project.
Yeah.
Projects I never intend to finish channel.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, Sorcery is your wizardry clone. I remember you did show a screenshot of that once before when you were working on it.
Finished.
Yeah. So
I see another one that Nick recognizes.
Yes.
Hero.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, and most of these were never playable.
Descent in the Shadow looks cool.
Yeah, that was the
Ghoulish.
SG6 version of that, and then this was going to be the combat mechanics, sort of like Guitar Hero, where you would have to hit the A, S, or D key on your keyboard, timed with when the little colored ball drops, and that would indicate whether or not you were hitting or blocking a blow from the creature or the monster. And I had a couple of different free cell games. The free cell for the 128 by 96 resolution, I actually got very far into that before I lost interest for whatever dumb reason. But yeah.
I remember Oregon Trail was one you worked on, but you hit a snag trying to convert some assembly code from the 6502 on the Apple or something, didn't you?
It was that, as well as I would have never been able to do it. I mean, that was a few years ago. I did not have the skill set. Like we were talking about at the CoCoFEST last time, like I probably could do it now, but just haven't gotten the gumption to start up again. But yeah, the one in the lower right hand corner was the one that I was actually really kind of keen on. Was that sort of what do they call that?
Isometric?
Yeah, isometric view. And so I wrote enough of a program that you could, you could define the shape of the room and what furniture was in it and where the doors were, and it would create that. But this implies that there was also like a group of characters and all of the rest of it. None of that was there. That's just me trying to figure out what it might look like. But that one I thought would be really cool to do too, but never got around to it.
And the sorcery in the middle, your wizardry clone, I feel looks like the right one, is that a CGA representation you based it on? The left one is the artifact color or straight P mode 4, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. The one on the left was is straight P mode 4, and both of these were a mix of basic and assembly, which I wouldn't do now. But then the one on the right is just 4-color 320 by 190, 320 by 200 resolution actually. and you could switch to different palettes, and that was the CGA equivalent palette my intent was to make the game literally look identical to the CGA version of Wizardry.
Okay.
Never got around to that either.
Now the top upper right two there, is that the Wolfenstein you were talking about? Or?
Yeah, this was going to be a kind of a different Wolfenstein, right? It was going to be the same game mechanics, but Wolfenstein is kind of tops down the view, and so I thought to give it a little bit of an isometric view and change the graphics, the little sprites themselves, but it never really got much past the design stage. I wrote a bit where it would draw it could draw a room and a guard marching back and forth, but nothing that was ever close to playable. But it was an idea I thought would work well in the 4-color P mode.
Yeah, it looks like it would. And actually, when you first said Wolfenstein, of course, I assumed probably like some other people that you're going to try to do Wolf 3D, but that's a later game.
This is the old Apple II Commodore 64 one. Yes.
Absolutely.
No, I recognize it because I played the original Apple II one
on the Apple II.
It's a great game. It's a fantastic game for sure, but and eminently doable, right? Of course, anything that was ever done on an Apple could be done on a CoCo. But...
Definitely.
Yeah, and better. No, just kidding, Mark.
Well, yes, and better. You got more capability and more efficient programming paradigm. And for all intents and purposes, the Apple's got a single bit speaker, so does the CoCo. I mean, that's all pretty much mapped that straight over. So
yeah.
Do you have a CoCo 2.1 set up behind you, a white one?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Hey Curtis, I never feel bad that the CoCo does better than the Apple II. I mean, literally everything, even clear up into the GS, other than the added features, is based on a 1977 design, which is literally 3 years before, 2 years before the chipset for the color computer was ever put out. And literally in that time period, I mean, you look at, the memory, RAM and all that, it's literally 10 generations forward in capability.
Did this get recorded so we can play it again?
Of course.
Is that a monochrome monitor on your CoCo 3?
It is.
Yeah, we're all picking at your stuff.
Yeah,
sorry.
It is. No, and off screen you can't see it. Is I don't know. It's a Magnavox.
Color monitor. So you got two monitors.
Yeah. Just to see what it would look like, because that particular CoCo has one of Ed Snyder's composite adapters that you can switch between black and white or color, and so sometimes I'll run it one or the other. I hardly ever use the green screen, although it is neat.
What is the number on that particular green screen?
It's a Tandy
VM something.
VM1?
4?
Okay.
I think so.
I have one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was fortunate. Like that one was brand new in a box when I got it a few years ago. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of scales the colors to shades of green, right?
It does if you've disabled the color signal. It's not good if you just run it in, if you run the CoCo without having, Ed Snyder's thing or your own solution. But when you do, it looks super crisp. Looks great.
Yeah.
How come you got so many of the CoCo manuals?
Yeah, I was going to ask that earlier too. You can definitely tell his preference for CoCo 2 over the CoCo 3, though, because there's just a little strip of CoCo 3 manuals in the middle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't have very many CoCo 3s, but I actually have quite a lot of CoCo 2s. I went through a time where I was actively trying to buy broken ones or ones that needed to be refurbished and seeing if I could fix them. And I fixed a lot of them. And sometimes, even though the eBay auction didn't specify that it had manuals, like manuals would be in there. So I just started getting more and more manuals. I think I might have bought a couple of sets of manuals like alone, but most of these just came with whatever CoCos I was getting. This was a few years ago, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago now, maybe, where you could get a CoCo off of eBay for $30 or something now.
Now, do you have any of those manuals for was it CoCo 3 that was only printed partway?
I don't
CoCo
think
3
so.
printed partway. What do you mean?
The CoCo 1 manual. It's only half.
Yeah, there's a CoCo 1 manual that they didn't publish.
It's a
the last
CoCo
chapter.
1 manual. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, you might have that.
I have both, right? I have the versions that have like all of the information, like the earliest CoCo 1 manuals had like assembly information, all kinds of cool stuff in the appendix or whatever. And then I've got the ones that don't. And I have the one also that has all of the CoCo guy in red instead of green.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see, now that's why
when
you
they
have
decided
those.
they were going to use CS1 instead of CS0.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why you have
Friends?
those to show us today.
That's
See?
right. For this reason, right? here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Are you married?
I am.
Does your wife support
Surrender
you?
something.
She must.
She does. She's
she must.
very supportive. Yeah, she's very supportive.
Mine is too. I don't think I could have what I have unless, she was okay with it.
For sure. Me too.
That whole garage.
Yep. Well, some of it. I've got my mom's stuff in there and a lot of other stuff in there right now. You get stuff and things.
Well, thank
Are you in the
guys.
basement?
No, I'm in the front room.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we have basements in Texas.
No?
No.
We don't hear out here much either because the ground's so hard.
Yeah, we do. They're called swimming pools.
Yeah.
So
But
you're
I
telling me there's not a basement at the Alamo?
There's no basement at the Alamo.
No. That would have changed things, wouldn't it?
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate the time today. I'm eager to see Nick's rendition of Hero, which is one of my favorite games.
Thank you for coming on, Paul. I mean, it's like, this whole thing is driven by the community. So if you don't show up, we don't have anything to do except just, a bunch of old guys.
Listen
talking.
to me blather on.
Exactly.
And we tried to
thank
find
you.
everything you have in the background that we could see.
That's right.
Is that John Wayne?
It is John Wayne. Big John Wayne fan.
Yep, me too.
And lots of stinking badges.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick, are you ready?
Well, yeah, I guess so. Have you got my website there that you can display, or
Doesn't that cost more?
I could.
because it's been updated, so it's all done.
Well, we don't have that kind of budget.
So what's the name of your game, Nick?
Hero. Almost the same as Paul's.
And we saw Paul had a rendition of Hero started already.
Yeah. Are you getting it up?
Where is it on your website, Nick?
If you go to my my normal www.nickmarentes.com, at the very bottom is a link to my project archive website. If you click on that, that brings you to
Okay,
the,
gotcha.
and it's at the
All right.
very bottom on the list.
2024 Hero. All right. And
Yeah, I got
there
it shared
is.
now. So
All right. Well, we've already spoken about this game before, but now it is officially finished. And
Sort of.
Bug
of course,
free.
there are no bugs.
Isn't there spiders in Hero usually?
Yeah, there are. And there are some spiders. You can see it in those
yeah,
pictures.
the middle and right screenshots in the bottom there show spiders and also some
There's a
bats
spider hanging off the wall.
and a snake and the lava boat or raft, whatever you call it.
So
Right,
it's got,
but that's an
it's got-
arachnid.
yeah, that's right. Well, it's got 20 levels. And do you want to start off by showing the video by that we've got? It's at the very bottom of the page, the Buck Owens video. So
Okay.
Buck Owens has already played it and tested it, found a few things he thought were bugs. Of course, I don't have bugs, so anyway, I
They were
fixed up.
arachnids, not bugs.
And but the thing is, he runs it under VCC. I'll explain all that in a minute. And he ran the video at he likes playing it at the high speed at 6.258 megahertz. So if you want to play that a bit, so we can just see what the heck this Hero game is all about.
Yeah, and just please take into consideration this is running like 3 to 4 times faster than it normally would.
Yeah, well, now this game is written in BASIC, right? For anyone who hasn't seen the previous shows, that was the whole challenge. That I wanted to write a game totally in BASIC. There is no machine code added in.
Oh wait, I'm gonna have to stop sharing for a sec here. I forgot to enable sound just a sec.
Right. So all in BASIC, no machine code, and it was using that technique we've been talking about, whereby we can use semi-graphics modes directly from BASIC, or tricking BASIC to think it was actually talking to a normal graphics mode, whereas it's actually writing to a semi-graphics mode, which works, but there's a few caveats as to how it's talking to the memory. But once you understand that, you can use BASIC to control it. So this is a game that started off as a demo of that graphics mode. That's all I wanted it to be originally, just to show that you can do something. And then one person says, "Oh, gee, you should do this and you should add that." And
are you talking about me again?
Well, well, there's a few people, and
well, that's all part of our feature creep service.
Yeah, that's right. It was feature creep overdrive, and I couldn't help myself, and I thought I'm going to make this into a full game, and here it is. So it's Hero done in BASIC. So now this is running on an accelerated VCC emulation. Can't hear
it's about 4 times faster than a CoCo 3 would do it.
Well, it's closer to what the Atari 2600 actually runs at. And you can see me going through the mines. You're the hero, the rescuer, and you fly with a jetpack on your back, where you can fly up and down, and you've got fuel that you've got to manage. You've got a little helmet-mounted laser, which can kill animals or even demolish walls. And the goal is to go into each of the mines. There's 20 mines, and rescue the miners that are trapped in there. So 20 levels. The original game had 20 levels, and then it would repeat. But in my one, you actually just do 20 levels, and it says, "Hurrah! Your mission is complete," type thing. Now I gave this to Buck Owens because I knew Buck Owens would find those things they call bugs, and he did, of course. And he's such a good game player. He's just amazing, all the little things he's worked out and how he controls everything. Things that I thought, people won't realize that you can do this and that. Yeah, Buck Owens finds them all. He's so good. So I use him for all my game testing.
So then when you were done, did you have him pay you?
No, he does it for free. He loves it. Spends hours on the thing, and he's just incredible.
I mean, in Buck's defense, he does get games from Nick early before most people even see them or know they exist.
Yeah.
So
yeah, well, they only got it a couple of days ago. So because I was sort of running a bit late trying to get this, it took a while to encode all the maps in there into the program. But once I got all that done and I got as many bugs fixed as I could, I then passed it to him only just less than a week ago. And within hours he'd found a few. So I fixed them all up. I did fix up also, Curtis, that bug I was telling you about yesterday. I found
good.
So that's gone. But that's it. It's playing in from BASIC. Now, it runs on a CoCo 1 and 2, or Dragon, actually, it could be made to run.
32K extended BASIC, basically.
It's 32K disk extended color BASIC because it
loading maps.
The disk for all the maps. Of course, on a CoCo 1 and 2, you're running at 0.89 megahertz. Although I do kick in the clock speed upgrade, which gives you that pseudo 0.89 and 1.79, which switches between the two modes depending on whether it's running BASIC or running the code from ROM or from RAM at the time. But it's still slow. basic is slow. On the CoCo 3, it's a bit more bearable because a CoCo 3 can run at 1.79 megahertz all the time, so it's a bit better. If you have a GIMEx, it's great on a GIMEx, running at 2.6.
86.
Yeah. So it's for those who've got a GIMEx, it does what it self-detects it. It sees if you've whatever you've got, it'll use the highest speed. But if you've got VCC, of course, it will run in VCC, and you can set VCC to multiple different clock speeds. And this speed you're seeing now is the 6 megahertz mode. But you can also run it at GIMEx speed of pretty close to the
Yeah, it runs
GIMEx.
2.68 on VCC and it's 2.86
right.
on the real GIMEx. So it's a
That's it.
slight difference, but
They look almost the same. So apart from the clock speed, though, everything else is the same. So I've got all the graphics, the animations, some sound effects. It came out fairly well. If only we could accelerate the basic interpreter more by things like having floating integer math in the basic, that would have sped things up. But the CoCo only has floating points, so it's going to be inherently slower. But there was an idea I had to hack in their 6309 support, but then that would have involved having to have a bit of machine code. So, and since the whole project was meant to be what you can do totally in basic, I didn't do that. But maybe I'll come back to that and activate a 6309 and have basic run it maybe up to 10% faster. But for now, the whole idea of the thing was to show what we could do in basic, only in basic, using semi-graphics from basic, which is a new technique altogether that Curtis discovered. And as you can see, it does actually work out quite well.
yeah, this game's in semi-graphics 12, so it's not the highest threads you could use.
Yeah, you can use 12 in those.
Yeah, you can use 12 and 24. So
yeah, that's right. But like Paul was saying, the 12 is good in that the pixels are, well, they're not quite square, but they're
not like little lines.
yeah, if they were lines, I would have had to keep to get that thickness. I would have had to just do more code in there to do that. But
and to be honest, the game you picked here, Nick, to do is actually probably a little complex for basic. That's one of the reasons it's slow. I think if you did a simple shooter, you probably could get some decent speeds even on a CoCo 1 and 2.
Like I said, it was meant to be just a demo of using that graphics mode. It wasn't supposed to be the whole game. But then it just exploded, and of course, once I started, I couldn't stop, so I just kept going. But it all came out all right. It is quite fun when you do play it on VCC at the higher clock rate.
Yeah. Now I'm probably gonna, before we get off this game here, I'll probably stop sharing this and Nick can talk about it a bit more. But I'll bring up XROAR and maybe VCC as a raw CoCo 3 speed and let you guys see what the speed will run on real hardware.
Yeah.
Just I won't be able to do my GIMEx because I have to like twist my camera around. I don't have a way to capture that one, but
so
I can kind of simulate it with
I'm running
VCC.
it right now on I'm running it right now on a stock CoCo 3 128K, and it's not unplayable. It's actually
no, on the CoCo 3 it's playable. The CoCo 1 and 2 is a little slow. But you still have the puzzles of figuring out like what order you got to do room. So I mean, it's still a playable game. I'll stop sharing it here just so I can get that set up. Are you able to share your screen, Henry, or is it not set up for that?
It should already. I should already be showing it.
Oh yeah, there it is. Can you zoom it up?
I love this ringing endorsement. It's not unplayable.
Well, no, I mean, I haven't done any type of pokes with it or anything like that. All I've done here is just like loaded it up and started playing it.
No Neutroid components.
Not that I can discern. Oh,
no. Is that running on what is that running on?
It's running on a 3, 128K.
All right. Is that artifact colors there?
Shouldn't
Oh,
be
not
artifact.
artifact.
Oh
Composite.
no, this
I
is
mean.
Colors
RF.
look a little weird.
Well, I'm running it on off of RF, and I'm kind of popping it through.
Yeah,
so.
he's got it set up, I think, to default to RGB, so you'd have to switch it to CMP.
Yeah. I just support.
You hard coded it.
It probably can be just made some composite as well, but I always tend to do things with RGB. On the 1 and 2,
it's basic. You can go in and just change the RGB command to CMP and it'll fix it.
You can just go in there and
This
say,
is just basic. It's easy.
I want more lives. I want to stop dying. You just go in there and edit the line once you find it. It's just in basic. So, yeah. and the game does I've got it so that you can just choose the level. You don't have to play all 20 levels in sequence. If you want to just practice on level 20 even, you can. It does let you choose level 20, and it goes into that. Of course,
So
nothing
on this game is protected when you do a.
No, nothing.
No, specifically not. It's just a basic program. You can load it, list it, edit it,
So
do
I
whatever
could
you want.
put
There's 2
Ron
versions
Deluxe
actually.
If
He's
you
got
hit
a version in
reset-
there with REM statements, so you can kind of see what different parts of the
there's 2
code
copies.
do. And then he's also got the one with the REMs removed, so it runs a tiny bit faster.
Yeah.
So if you
just
hit list,
reset.
how long does it take to list?
Probably take a while. If you hit reset, you can just hit list and watch it.
Yeah, he disabled the break key just to be annoying. No, he did it to speed it up a little bit. But
No, the break key on the CoCo 3, I disable it again to try and get it a bit more speed out of it. I tried to do as many tricks as I know in trying to speed it up.
That's too close.
But yeah, if you hit reset, or how does XRAW do the reset?
Alt or Windows R or whatever that key sequence is. I can't remember.
I just use a pull down menu because I can never remember. So and then just do a list and you'll see the whole program there. How do you get your menus on XRAW there? Anyway, whatever it is. But so it's Hero Hoverjet Emergency Rescue Operation, and that is my Tandy project. Finished on time.
I've got the XRAW running the CoCo 1 and 2 version if people want to see like the absolute
Is that
slowest it
yours,
runs.
is it? Okay, I'm talking to the wrong person. Okay.
Hey, Nick, we have a question for you from Pete Willard. He says, how much speed increase do you get with disabling the brake key?
You get a slight increase. It does speed it up a bit on a CoCo 3. You can do it on a CoCo 1 and 2, but it's a bit more involved to do that on a CoCo 1 and 2.
Is that because
it's easy because the basic is on boot up,
ROM.
copied to RAM, so you can just poke it. So
you're patching the basic basically. Yeah,
that's right. CoCo 1 and 2 you can do it as well, but
if you have
it's
a
bit
64K.
involved.
Yeah, or you got to redo print hooks and stuff. And redirect
so
them.
it's a bit mucking around. But
and then also sacrifice memory that you can't use because now it's tied up with basic code. Now.
Yeah. So yeah.
So what are we watching here?
We're looking at a CoCo 3 speed on using XRAW.
So you can't.
Are you showing mine now?
Speed poke.
Oh, who's got the XRAW running? I've lost track of who's who.
I've got XRAW running, and I'm running the CoCo 1 and 2 version. So this is running with the regular basic ROM speed up poke.
Is that what's showing now?
I can only see my screen that I'm sharing. I don't know what Mark's showing.
Yeah. Anyway, whoever we're looking at, that's the XRAW.
Well, I've got XRAW running, so that like a score is 1940 right now. So if that's the one you guys are seeing,
okay, that's the one. That's yours. We're watching.
Okay, we're looking at Curtis's.
That's the CoCo 1 and 2. So that's the slowest it will run.
That's a CoCo 1 and 2. All right, that is the slowest. Yeah,
and that's that with a high speed poke engaged.
It does. Yeah. It is. Yes.
Now, I know some people that know BASIC really, really well. Jim Mullis was one that had kind of suggested he might have some tricks he can do. So this is an open invite from Nick and myself both, that if anybody, because it's BASIC, you list the code and edit it. If
It's
anybody
just
can
a
come up with some
basic
speed ups without cheating, without adding little ML subroutines and stuff, your challenge for the rest of September or even into October is to see if you can speed it up more than it is now.
What about Mr. Subetha?
Yep.
Isn't he good
Yep.
at
Alan Huffman, if he wants to tackle it, that definitely would work.
he's really good at fixing basic to run quick.
When you're running it this slow too, you can really notice like if you have more than one monster screen, it really slows down because it's doing a bunch of extra checks and animations and stuff. And as you kill the monsters, it gets a little bit faster and faster.
And the problem with basic is, of course, the more things you add into the code, the more it slows down. So one of the things I had to fight with is if I wanted to add more features into the game, well, the problem is it's quite a distinct slowdown every time you add things in. So it was a real balancing act. What do I put in there? What do I leave out in order to keep the speed up? So in a way, programming it in BASIC for me was almost harder than trying to do it in machine code because I'm always fighting. Hey,
that's like a whole new that's like a whole new meaning for the term feature creep.
Well, that's right. Because every time
demo
I
to a full
add
20 level game.
Yeah, I'm fighting trying to keep the speed up. Whereas machine code, you can throw in quite a bit into it and you hardly notice the difference. But anyway, that was the challenge and I had to hold myself back. And I've done a web page. Oh yeah, that's the turning the lights off function. So you can turn the lights off on this if there's a light in that particular cavern, if you bump into it, the lights go out and you play in the dark. Everything is still there, but you can't see it. So that's how the game gets harder. If you want to bring up the website, I'll just quickly read up, see what other blurb I put in there.
Well, do a list first so we can see how long it is.
Yeah, do a list.
There you go.
Yeah, and if you want to type it in yourself, just freeze frame it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, just hit pause while the video's going here.
Wow.
Are we there yet?
No.
No.
Are we there yet?
271 lines of code.
Wow.
Not
that's
bad. I mean,
renumbered by
271,
one.
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, six granules basically, and then you got a data file for the graphics.
There's graphics and a data file, for the levels.
So
and then the hero-src, of course, is the commented source, which is a little bit slower, but adds rems.
Yeah, it's got the rems in there, but you take those out and it goes down to 6 granules.
So when you play this game in BASIC on a CoCo 1 or whatever, and you had it on a floppy, it would access the floppy for some of those other
files.
It
is floppy.
You see the drive light up?
Yep, it would. It loads the graphics in off the floppy first. It's kind of on a hidden screen, which has all the animation shapes.
Yeah.
And actually, since you have the source code, you can actually change it so you can actually see it. And then it also updates the maps as you go through the levels. And some of the later levels are quite a few screens. And that's what that levels.dat has, all the data for 20 levels.
And I do slow the clock speed down before accessing the disk.
Yeah, because if you're running a real disk, if you run high speed, you will get IO errors. And as we discovered when I was testing on the GIMEx, if you run GIMEx speed, the CoCo SDC can't handle it either. And it starts getting IO errors and corrupting memory and all kinds of weird stuff.
So yeah, it has to slow it down before it loads.
So this would never work on a tape machine.
If he reduced the number of levels, he could.
Well, you could create a cassette file and load the levels one by one off tape, but then every time.
But you probably have to take out the start level because then you'd have to sit there and like go through like 16 files to start in level 17.
And you want to play the game again, you got to rewind the whole cassette.
Yeah.
So it would work on a cassette, but it's
yeah. Now, Nick, you had originally, when you were doing the first versions of it, you did have the data for the maps. You only had a few maps, mind you. You did have that in memory, so you could make, say, like a 5-level game that run a cassette.
That's right. You could put say 5 levels at a time in the computer loaded, and then it can access the cassette or the disc. But
when somebody finds a CoCo, sometimes on or at least over the years, you kind of hear about people that find a CoCo and they get a cheap deal on it, and they got a cassette with it. then they start looking for cassette stuff to use, and then they'll make cassettes and load them in, and it's fun. And they didn't have a hard drive, and didn't know there was an SDC, and it just gets to be through my experience in the days of having my first computer was the MC10, and I bought cassette tapes from Radio Shack because you could, and anything else you saw in books you'd have to type in and save off, before hard drives, before the CoCo 1 even or 2 that I got. So and a lot of guys like to do the stuff retro, yeah. So this is something that if you made you'd have to make a smaller version probably for tape, and then
it was, but it is possible, but
you wouldn't be able to fit all 20 levels in without making it a pain in the ass.
All at once. You'd have to break it up. But tapes, oh gee, there's a scary thought.
So were there games made that way that came out on tape first, and then when they went to disc they had to, they could expand them a little bit, or did that ever happen?
It probably
not very often, because most people that designed it for tape, they just ported it to disc. They didn't bother adding. They would just make a new game.
Okay.
But there were a few, I think, that did. Some adventure games, I think, did add some levels and stuff.
If I had to do it for cassette, I would have looked at finding another way to encode the maps, so that it would take up less space. But the way I did it was just very easy. I could edit it just from from basic. I could just change the levels. But yeah, if it was a proper game, I would have done another encoding method that would take up less space so that it could work. But I wasn't going for that. Besides, you should buy a disk drive or a CoCo SDC.
Yeah, back in the day when I first got my machine, and I was all excited, and I typed in all the stuff from the manual, and tried it and saved it off, and then when you're typing it in, if you have your kid come by and hit your elbow and turns the machine off or something, that is so frustrating. Then you think I'm not doing that again. We gotta think of some other way to do this, and then you do.
Bring up the web page so I can just.
Well, I'm just going to quickly show the GIMEx rough speed here.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be less than what you were showing us before, but still not as slow as the one.
Well, is it showing right now? Because this should be GIMEx speed.
Yeah, I'm seeing something there, VCC. So that's the speed you get on a GIMEx.
Yeah, actually, the GIMEx is very slightly faster than this, like 0.2 megahertz, but
yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So you can
that's a good speed. And on a CoCo 3, it's a little bit slower, but it's faster than what we saw.
Yeah, as Henry said, it's playable. He was trying it out. You guys saw
playable,
that. So.
Yeah, it is playable, but obviously this is a better speed again. I mean, the original game was done in machine code, so here I am doing one in basic. It's
yeah, exactly. And cheating, you're using a basic that isn't even designed to use this mode at all.
It's right. You're not even. This sort of game wouldn't be normally done in basic.
So I'm not aware of how you can do it, but is it possible to turn this whole thing into a machine language code and how much faster would it run if it was all machine?
It would be much faster.
It would be lightning fast.
I think it's more of a rewrite, really. I mean, unless there's a compiler that I'm not aware of any compiler that would just compile this to machine.
Yeah, I'm hoping, because Glenn Hewlett's doing a CoCo specific basic compiler, that if he gets enough of this stuff done, and if it works with the way we're kind of cheating with basic here, that might be one that might be able to do it. I don't know if anybody's ever tried. It was Software or who did the other one? Circomp.
Yeah.
So if you run this game at a higher frequency, does your score get better because you're able to complete it in less time?
No.
When you overclock the emulators, it's actually speeding up the clock too, so that it remains consistent. It just runs the whole thing faster, but it doesn't change the timer. The timer runs faster too, basically. It keeps up.
It's not a timer; it's a fuel gauge. that yellow bar.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a fuel gauge. So there's no time limit. You could just land like where you're standing, just stay there, and the game doesn't. It just sits there.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well, what's the red dots?
they're the bombs.
Ah,
You could
okay.
where you blow up. Yeah, you blow up those walls. See the number decreases.
Ah,
So you got
okay.
bomb. If you go on the website, I've got a whole web page, and I do cover.
Oops, I just killed myself. Oh, maybe not.
No, you just got out in
Yeah.
time.
Just made it.
Most people have to figure it out first because they play it first and then read the instructions.
Well, you can practice any level. You can choose any level you want to. But obviously, if we ever do this game and use it as a game on challenge game, it would be, who can get the highest score. And you're going to get that if you start from level 1 and go up. You're not going to get a high score. If you start on one of the higher levels, you've got to start at the bottom and work your way up. But anyway,
I'm not going to keep playing the game here. You guys have to play it yourself.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But if you can switch just to the web page, we can just have a look. Where's your web page?
Yeah, let me find my copy of your web page here. I got some darn windows open. Nope, that's not it. Nope, oh, there it is. So whereabouts on the web page you want me to go?
We'll just scroll up and down.
Okay. Also, I thought I saw David pop on here. David Kroeker, who's at the Manitoba Retro Game and Computer Festival. I can't remember the official name.
We might need to jump across then.
Are you there, David, or are you busy?
Maybe it was a butt call.
He's not talking to you.
Well, he might be busy, like he's...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Excellent. Let me just get my camera on here.
All right, switch across to him.
Yeah, Mark, if you can zoom him up.
We now take you live to somewhere in Manitoba.
Yeah, you want to give the official name of the show? Because I think I got it a little bit wrong.
Yeah, no worries. It's changed a couple times. I'm going to call it the Manitoba Retro Computer and Gaming Club. I think that's our most recent name. We've kind of changed it recently to include game consoles as well. There's a lot of guys interested in that kind of stuff too. And I'm just out in the hallway here now just because I can actually hear you guys are here. Once I go into the room, it gets a bit hard to hear. I'll have to max my volume out a little bit. But yeah, once we'll go in, I'll switch the camera on and kind of show you guys around. Do you want me to do that now, or did you want me to talk a bit more about it?
You do talk a bit about more too. I wanted to mention, like, I know you guys have got the next one scheduled for January 4th, and is one that Bill Noble and I are planning on attending. So
awesome. We're looking forward to having you guys come out. It's exciting to have people willing to travel a bit to come join us here. You'll see in a bit, our gathering isn't super big, but we welcome anyone new who's interested in joining us. We're going to do, I think it's 4 dates a year that we're going to do in this new venue now. It's at a community center, fairly central in Winnipeg, in the Fort Rouge area, for those of you who know the city at all. And it's our first event here today, right now. And yeah, second one is January 4th, and love to have a bunch of people come and join us for that.
Now, will there be any pottery there? I see a sign behind it. It says pottery room.
Hang on a sec. I'll show you the hallway here. All right. If you look over here, behind one of these doors, I'm pretty sure there is a pottery wheel. Some pottery up on the top. So there's all sorts of stuff going on out here. Some finished projects. And there's an arena nearby somewhere down the hallway. But I'll take you guys into the room now if we're ready for that.
Sure.
I'm going to walk us over to Doug Hammond a little bit. He's the guy who started the group and is in charge, and we'll talk with him a little bit too. I kind of gave him a heads up. We walk over it in a little while.
Yeah, I wanted to mention too, Bruce Moore was unfortunately not able to make this one. He's got a family event going on, so he was hoping to make it. But hopefully we'll see him on January 4th.
Yeah, the last meetup we had, he dropped in for a little bit, so he does come to these as well from time to time when he can. Bruce was just over at my place about a week ago though, and we were working on a project together. We'll do an update on that together soon, but stay tuned for that. We are kind of cooking up some good CoCo things together here in Manitoba. So you can see my son playing it on the CoCo 3 back over here. Played the shareware with
Oh,
Nick,
he's
you can
playing one
see
of
what
Nick's
game he's
games.
playing. He's trying to break his record in it. He hasn't got very close today. He hasn't played it in a while. I think he needs a little more practice. But he likes coming along to these events because he gets a lot of game time when we're here. He was playing on my Game Gear a little bit earlier. And we've got a pretty good collection of handheld systems on the table over here. This is a couple of handhelds that I brought along, the Game Boy and the Game Gear that I fixed a while back. The Master System set up and running. And
did you demonstrate your laser gun attachment on the CoCo, or?
I did at the last meetup. I actually didn't bring a CRT this time around, and I didn't bring my guns either. I kind of thought of it. It would have been fun to bring a CRT and have either my CoCo adapter going or the light phasers on the Master System or the 3D glasses on the Master System. But I just didn't want to bring the CRT this time. So maybe next time.
Is it
January? We'll make sure we have it working for January. But there are a few CRTs here today, as you can see. This is one I sent Curtis a picture of a bit earlier. This is a very special Commodore 128D that's been kind of bodged into a different case. And the guy in the foreground here found it in a dumpster basically here in Winnipeg a little while back. Didn't even realize what it was. He just recognized the keyboard. And then saw this box nearby and grabbed it too, and realized later on they actually went together. And it's a 128D that totally works. one of the neatest systems you'll see here. The Commodore 64 as well over here in the corner, and a bunch of original software for it as well. Some really nice condition stuff. Some great cover art on those ones. We do have TV up on the wall where we're going to be doing some presentations as well at some of our meetings. So maybe January we'll work on something like that. Here on this table we've got, I believe it's an iBook G4. Am I right about that, Pavel? Yeah. Powerbook G4. There we go. Yeah. Here you can see the specs up close here. I'm just on live with the CoCoNation show right now. The weekly show on YouTube on Saturdays. And yeah, they're interested just to see what people have here. So anything you want to tell us about your system at all?
Yeah, of course. So that is the world's almost first 17-inch laptop from 2003. It is fully packed with features. One that have gig RAM, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, DVD writer, and a beautiful 1440p display that still works. The battery originally held 4.5 hours. Now it's 2.5 hours after 20 years. And it still looks and feels and plays beautiful with and I paired it with this wonderful Harman Kardon sound sticks, original system from the year 2000.
They sound really good, don't they?
Which still provide just fantastic sound. They'll get you banned.
Yeah, no worries.
The whole thing comes together very nicely. Originally, the MSRP on this one was almost $3,000. This one, I believe, it was almost $400. And got this one for $75 and this one for $20.
Awesome. Nice system. I have one of the subs at home, just the sub for the iMac G3.
Yep.
And it sounds really good too. Yeah.
They originally came out with the sub that was called iSub.
Yeah,
I think that's the one you
that's
had.
what I have exactly. Yeah. Yeah, this is the sound sticks. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the next year development, I believe.
Awesome.
This is an Apple wireless keyboard. It is a Bluetooth keyboard, 2003.
Cool.
It's the one that came just before the Magic keyboard, the one, thin aluminum one.
Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for telling us about it.
I have one of those Harman Kardon sound stick things, but it's broken, unfortunately. I haven't thrown it out because I hope to fix it.
Yeah, they're worth fixing. They sound really, really good. I've just got the last table here, a couple other systems on it. These are Doug systems, the guy I was mentioning before in the blue shirt there. He's got an Amiga CD32. He's got some pretty unique stuff he brought along. He said this was his his display of systems that killed the company that made them. So he's got the CD32, and then he's got the Atari XEGS as well. And Doug is here. Maybe I'll see if he'll tell us a little bit about them. Can you tell us something about the systems? I'll just let people see who you are first.
Yeah, sure. Hello, everybody, CoCo Land.
Yeah.
So these are a couple of the systems that I brought today. The one on the left is an Atari XEGS console, or is it a computer? And the one on the right is sort of an Amiga CD32 console, or is it a computer? So two different generations, pretty similar story arcs. These both were kind of the last of a generation. In the case of Commodore here with the CD32, it was actually the product, poor timing, it was the product that kind of sunk the company. They went bankrupt during its release, which is why you'll notice that it doesn't say Commodore CD32 on it. It says Kubo CD3 Sistema, Kubo CD32. So this was actually found inside an arcade cabinet because the stock that Commodore couldn't sell were bought by other companies, and one company out of Italy bought a whole bunch, thousands of them, and put them in arcade cabinets. And a gentleman I met through Kijiji out of Edmonton had bought an arcade cabinet, looked inside, found this, and this is what I ended up buying off him. So it's got a very interesting provenance, and what it's got in it right now, because the CD32s came with a single expansion slot that was designed for the full motion video card.
Okay.
But it's just an Amiga expansion slot. So inside it is what's called a Terrible Fire TF330. So it's a 68030 40 megahertz CPU. So highly accelerated over the stock 14 megahertz CPU, 64 meg of fast RAM, IDE interface. So that's a compact flash IDE interface kind of ribbon to the outside.
Yeah.
So I've got a 16 gig CF card in there right now for a hard drive. Wi-Fi, serial emulated Wi-Fi, or Wi-Fi emulated serial, I guess you could say. External keyboard port and RGB out. So you add all that up, and I'll let it reboot. In the end, you take what was always designed by Commodore to be a standalone console, but booted straight into the CD games, and it ends up being a full-fledged, accelerated, drum roll please.
There we go.
Amiga 1200, essentially.
Wow.
It'll come back. So yeah, that's one of the prides of my collection. But it was very much a Hail Mary by Commodore to stay relevant, as this guy was. So this XEGS came out at the same time as the Nintendo. It was the Atari's response to the Nintendo Entertainment System and the Sega Master System. They were very threatened by Japanese consoles, and they took the tried and true Atari 8-bit formula, so the 800XL, all the way back to the Atari 400, and produced a console. So this config has both the keyboard and the console, but they did sell a version that was just the console. And interesting, if you turn it on without a cartridge in it, if you turn it on without the keyboard plugged in, it boots up to the trackball here with the missile command. It boots up to missile command.
Yeah.
But if you turn it on with the keyboard plugged in, it boots up into Atari Basic. So it assumes two different audiences, right?
Two machines in one.
Machines in one, yeah. So it's pretty neat. Now it didn't stave off Nintendo or Sega, and we all know how that went. But it is an interesting period in Atari's history when they, were still kind of serving the 8-bit and the 16-bit lines.
Yeah.
So this was the not so glorious end, although that is glorious pastel. I mean, I think
Isn't it?
the aesthetic on this console is just
it's
so
unique, right?
Beautifully 1980s. Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah.
And both of these machines are in super nice shape. Like that, the CD32, it almost looks like brand new, maybe because it was inside a cabinet.
Because it was inside a cabinet.
Yeah, it was protected because of that. That's very nice.
Yeah. No, I'm really proud of both of them. And if you get a chance, David, over there on the table back there, I have a growing library of Mastertronic, budget Mastertronic games. So if you haven't gone over to look, go ahead.
We stopped briefly, but did you want to tell us about any of them?
What's to say? Any of us grew up in Canada, went to a Kmart or a Zellers, and as a kid, and convinced your parents that they wouldn't buy the $49 game but they might just get away with buying it a $7.99 game.
Yeah.
So
And the packaging looks amazing on all of them, doesn't it?
yeah, and
great colors, good graphics.
Mastertronic was known for a very wide spectrum of quality in their games, from some of the worst games you could ever lay eyes on to some super classics. And they also had top talent on some of the music. So games like The Last V8, struggling to remember the name of the audio composer who did the music for that. Someone watching this is going to remember and go, it was so-and-so. But lots of great talent on there. So yeah, I love the, and they hang nicely on a wall. So at home, they're actually hanging on my wall as well. So,
yeah, Mastertronic made some Dragon games too.
Some which games?
Dragon games for the
Dragon 32 in the UK.
Oh, no way. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like I shouldn't call it a CoCo clone, but it's very similar to the
I had no idea. So
first cousin.
Yeah, first cousin. There's the right word.
there's a really, I have a hardcover book my partner bought for me a couple of Christmases ago. It's from the UK, and it's the entire Mastertronic collection. All the reviews, all the cover art, stuff like that.
Yeah. Actually, later on our show, we have a news segment. The Mastertronics, there's a website that's reviewing all the games, and they actually have a list of the Dragon ones that were done by them.
Right on.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm happy to have been able to host this today. This is a venue that we're likely to see time and time again in the future. It's at the Fort Rouge Leisure Center here in Winnipeg, and yeah, I think it worked out really well today.
And Curtis, who was just talking, he's the guy that one of the guys that's planning to come to our next one in January.
Awesome. Yeah, January 4th.
Yeah, Bill Noble and I will be coming down bringing some CoCo 3 stuff.
Right on.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So we'll have a good CoCo group the next time we meet up.
Well, the club has very diverse interests, and because of that, it's never the same machines twice. And when it is, it's because they're popular, and when it isn't, it's because we have so much to show off. So
it's not usually one person bringing the same thing every time.
Not every time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. Anything you guys want me to go around and look at again, or questions you have for either myself or Doug?
It's just a one-day show, right? It's just the afternoon, I believe.
Absolutely, it's just an afternoon thing. 4 hours, start to finish, and yeah, we're small and proud of what we do here. It's very grassroots, and the Facebook group is called Manitoba Retro Computer and Video Game Club. And the first word in that is Manitoba, but we have folks who are there from across the country, certainly East Coast, West Coast. But we still consider ourselves as a club to be homegrown Manitobans, and so this is what's on offer for anyone who would love to come down and see us again 4 times a year. We plan to do this quarterly. Next one in January.
And any idea what the schedule was after January for people to plan ahead a little bit, just approximately?
Off the top of my head, yeah, it's approximately every 3 months.
Yeah,
the next one's probably, I think, in April, and then late June.
Yeah.
Not much use doing it over the summer break, so I think April and June are next.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks.
Curtis, anything else?
No, I just want to let people kind of know that the show is on, that it's going to be a regular thing. And that it's a widely diverse. It's like a mini VCF or something.
Yeah, we're in a meeting room in a community center in fairly central Winnipeg is where we are now, and this is where we'll be meeting for the rest of the meetups this year for sure. So yeah, come on down. And feel free to pop on the Facebook group for anyone who's interested in learning more about it. If you join the Facebook group, you can get all the info you need there, or message me on Discord and I'll help you get hooked up.
Okay.
Now, is this just for folks in Manitoba, or say just in theory, would it be okay for someone from Saskatchewan to stop by?
It's good for anybody to come by.
Well, those are 2 different questions, really. We want to talk about the Saskatchewan. Yeah, of course, anyone is welcome to come by.
Even if you're from Ohio, you're welcome to come by.
Yes, exactly.
That's a bit of a drive, but maybe someday.
The roots of this group are pretty humble, really. It just came down to a lot of trading through Facebook Marketplace, and Kijiji kind of brought people together. And if you're likely to be selling or buying something like what you see here, there's a good chance that you have a lingering interest in retro technology, and those who have just kind of formed a group around it.
Yeah.
So thanks, guys, for your interest.
Yeah, thanks for showing us around and talking about it.
For sure. We'll look forward to seeing you guys in January.
Yeah. Bill and I are already making some plans of what we want to demo here. It might depend on what we'll get done by then, because we want to, have something that's brand new, launch thing. We'll see how far we get.
Awesome.
Well, thanks, David.
Thank you. And we'll be in touch.
Yeah.
Have a great for the show.
Thanks. Okay, so I guess we'll go back to Nick now.
Oh,
See, I'm
we
looking
finished
out for
that,
you
haven't we?
guys. Make sure it was okay for you to come down from Saskatchewan. See, you and Bill. Just I don't know how it is in Canada. I thought maybe there might be a little rumble between Saskatchewan
Nah, unless it's
and
football
Manitoba.
related, then there might be one. You know, Rough Riders versus the Blue Bombers. We have a couple of heated rivalries there. So, but
Okay.
Anyway, I think we pretty well finished mine. Yeah.
well, you wanted me to show you something on your webpage. So
we
I
were
got your
just gonna
webpage up
have
now.
a bit of a look here. So, while as we're just talking before, I put a thing on the Facebook page to say, "Yep, come and get it," to promote the website. So the website just talks about the whole project. The
Yeah, it's even got a link to the Coco Tech episode where we went to deep dive
so
how
you
it
can
works.
have a look at that. The Coco Tech episode talks about the whole clock speed thing, my adventures in feature creep. Right, and the final results. Are there any bugs? Of course not. I don't have bugs. Well, yeah, that's a crock of shit, of course, but
I believed you.
And the download, you can download it for free. Just off the bottom of the screen now, you can see click here to download. So it's totally free. You can download it and go for it. And then there's the instructions for the game itself. So
Yep.
and,
Avoid these.
Yeah, the different walls and all that. So that's about all I have to say about it. Now we can move on to other things.
Yeah. I will mention we are going to do a Coco Tech follow-up episode to go through some of the stuff we discovered since the first episode, just to go through some tips and tricks.
Yay!
So now that he's actually got it released, I think we'll let it settle for a little bit, see if there's any major bugs somebody hits. I don't think there will be. Buck's pretty good at finding those. And then we'll schedule one probably within the next couple of weeks.
We've done all the major ones. Yeah, there's little bugs here and there. You know, it's only in basic, but none left that will actually stop the game that I know of. And that's it.
And there you go. So yeah, you can play it in the emulators, of course, and if you have VCC or something that you can fine-tune the overclocking, you can kind of adjust it to whatever speed you like. If you have a GIMEx, it does detect it, and we'll run at 2.86 megahertz. On a CoCo 3, it'll detect it, run at 1.78 megahertz. And a CoCo 1 and 2 will detect it and run it at 0.895 in RAM and 1.78 in ROM, so you will get a bit of a speed up.
And we hopefully might have a CoCo Game On challenge with it one day.
Might have to have a head-to-head challenge of the two hero games and see which one comes out.
Well, that's right. We put them both up. We can have a hero weekend.
The Battle Royale or something.
That's right. Who is the true hero?
Cage match.
They're both from lava. They're both heroes.
Yep.
All right.
I should mention one other thing. It's keyboard driven. You don't even need a joystick.
Yeah, it's keyboard.
Oh, and Rick, you might want to talk about the ROM difference between keyboard reading between different versions of Color Basic that you hit with Ciaran on X-Road.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Is it the old version of Basic that I in order to get the keys to work not as in key string, where you've got to tap the button. You want it so that when you hold the button down, it always reads it. As soon as you let go, it stops. I do a peek to read the keyboard. What is it? The keyboard buffer?
Rollover table.
The rollover table. And that works. Works fine on a CoCo 3. But it doesn't work correctly on the old ROMs of Extended Basic, which is on the CoCo 1 and 2. Those ones the only way to get that to work is to add an in key command to clear that rollover table so that it reads the keys again. And that provides a slight slowdown too. So if someone knows how to get around that whole reading of the keyboard thing using peak to read the keyboard rollovers on old versions of what is it, version 1 that caused the
If I
problem?
remember, the 1.0 and 1.1 read the keyboard one way and it made in key a lot more responsive, but it slowed basic down. And then in 1.2 and 1.3 they changed it so that basic would run faster, but the keyboard rollover table doesn't get updated as often, or doesn't. I can't remember the exact details of it, but basically it doesn't sample it as much. And in the case of XOR, when it was running it with that one version of the ROM there, if you hit the key for a direction, like say right, and you let go, it wouldn't detect the let go part. It would just keep going.
Yeah. So if we could find a way to fix that, I could take out that in key command, so we might get a bit of a speed increase as well.
Yeah, because you have an in key there to force the rollover table to be updated.
That's right. I should have.
And it's not used for anything. It's just wasted time.
I should have done it so that if it detects the old basic, it shouldn't do the in key at all.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a live and learn project. So
Yeah, and this is going to be a community project now, so that anybody that is a good basic programmer or wants the challenge of updating the game, or seeing if they could speed it up, or even add some features or whatever they want to do. I know Jim Mullis has mentioned he thinks he might be able to speed up some of it because he's done a lot of basic experimentation for speed ups for his Superpowers game. So he sounded pretty eager. He wanted to tackle it at some point, so he can definitely do that. I've seen a few minor spots I can tweak a tiny bit. Not much though. Nick's pretty good at coding in basic even.
Well, yeah, warning to anyone who looks at the code, it looks like spaghetti code. Like it's really multiple statement lines, and I've tried to take shortcuts. So it's not elegant. It's not proper, but I was going for trying to get speed. So that was the priority. And on that note, moving right along.
Yeah, I'll just mention 60. He mentioned older color basic and older disk basic. Seems later versions of either mangle peaking the rollover table, needing a call to in key to update it.
Something like that. So
basically, if you're running an emulator like MAME or something, you can swap out which version of the color basic ROM are you using. You can try the 1.1, 1.2. One of those will work better and one will not.
Right. All right. Well,
thank
that's
you for
it.
making it.
Yeah, and thanks for doing that, hyper enhanced to brief demo.
Yeah, a little knockoff demo you did there.
Yeah, so much for the demo. Not doing that again. All right. Okay, moving on.
Ready for our commercial break?
Yeah, I think so. And then we'll come back with a game on challenge if Ken's still awake.
Hey, Amy. Hey, Taylor. We're watching the CoCoNation show. Yeah, we are. Woo! You should too.
Hello everyone, it's your good buddy, your good pal Amigo, and joined by that dastardly The Brent from ARG Presents.
You're watching CoCoNation.
I feel like that should have been longer.
The CoCoNation show would like to thank the following patrons. AC's 8-Bit Zone, Alex Gayer, Brandon Dunny, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Ciaran Anscomb, Coconut Bob, Daddy Burrito, David Ladd, Derek Smithson, Diego BF109, Don Barber, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Wabke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Warrens, Justin Larson, Ken Reichard, Kevin Holloway, Paul Fiscarelli, R. Allen Murphy, Retro Tech Time, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Steve Batson, The Break Key, TJB Chris, Tom C., Tom Gunnarsson, Tom S., and William A. Thing. Thank you so much, patrons. If you would like to support the CoCoNation show, please sign up at patreon.thecoconation.com.
Welcome to everybody's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord?
Decian42 says, hello. Currently only have a CoCo 1 and 2. Lost my 3 a long time ago. My name is Mark IRL, wide selection of retro computers. Apple II series, TI 994/A, Naboo, MSX, Mac, IBM, Amiga with others. Never left the retro scene, just tried to not get rid of what I had, and grabbed stuff along the way. I think I heard about this from either YouTube or the Fuji Discord. KDC Garber says, hi, my name is Todd, I'm looking forward to joining in on this channel. I'm just a Model 1 user. I'm currently restoring and updating my original Model 1 with 48K, monitor and cassette. I have an expansion interface and 3 floppies and 2 Go techs. Looking to learn more. May look into a Model 3 or Model 100 for fun in the future, but have lots to do yet with my Model 1 first. The previous bios were edited for time. Thanks to Glenside Computer Club, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Tandy Color Computer 3, and the CoCoNation patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.thecoconation.com.
See you on Discord.
Welcome everybody to the CoCoNation Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Jungle Queen. We had a total of 7 participants. We had Ed Rhodes with 800. Tied for 5th, we had Canadian Retro Things and Marco with 1,000. Tied for 3rd, we had Shenley and Sloopy Malibu with 1,300. Then we had Tasman with 4,200. And this week's number 1 score is Dr. Ted with 11,700. Thanks everybody that attempted to play this game, and we'll see you again next week.
And the CoCoNation salutes Dr. Ted.
Salute!
I guess I didn't go back and get a screenshot of my score.
No, a few people did not. I think they kind of lost interest in the game after trying it.
I think I made it to the alligators once.
So you probably had 1,000 points.
Yeah, this is one I'm not sure whoever cracked it, if they cracked it properly, if the game was just that bad to begin with.
Yeah, well, that brings up the fact that I did find a review for it. This is in the January 1985 Rainbow. And, yeah, so the reviewer said that it's a good rendition of the arcade game Jungle Hunt. So that is clue number 1 that this was not cracked properly. It does talk about the higher levels have this on the monkeys on the vines, which I think not many of us made it past going through the entire game once, so they never got to see that. And basically says the graphics are not excellent, but they are good. And his 3 teenage sons and all their friends rated this as a good game and fun to play. So that definitely makes me think this is not a good crack of the game.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because I don't I know that we all had better reflexes back when we were younger, but
Not that much better.
not that much, because as I think it was Dr. Ted pointed out, when you're underwater, your stabbing motion is basically one frame. So you've got you have to be absolutely perfect to kill the alligators, which they're moving so fast it's almost impossible. So
do we blame Sloopy for picking this one again?
yeah, I definitely blame Sloopy for picking this one again, because it was not popular the first time we tried it.
And it still isn't.
It's even less popular this time because even less people played it this time. So it now has the distinction of being probably the two games that were the least played on the Game On Challenge, and they're the same game.
It's not like we ran out of games to choose from. There's still another, 1,000 to go through. So,
with new ones being added all the time. So, plus, I think a lot of people found it annoying that it kept crashing on real hardware.
Yeah, that's the other thing it points to. It's a bad crack.
Yeah, as soon as you get through the first stage, through the jungle, the vines, it would crash if you're using real hardware. And it wouldn't even load on the VCC.
Yeah, the person in the chat actually mentioned, Chris Durst mentioned it didn't even run on the GIMEx either, which I never had a chance to try. But so it looks like it's a bad crack. There's probably some random garbage edits trying to run his code. And
yeah,
it's not the first time we've had one of those.
Somehow XROAR managed to make it run. I don't know how. But yeah, basically I think the only thing I really have to say about this game is I'm sorry everybody for Sloopy choosing it.
Notice he's not here today.
Yeah, he's hanging his head in shame instead.
No, he dropped the bomb and left.
Yeah, he's hiding.
He's in the witness protection program now.
And actually, I mean, it does have all of the levels of the actual Jungle Hunt game. So, I mean, if it was a little bit slower and, a little easier to play, it would probably be a pretty good game. And
yeah, the
actually
spirit's definitely in the right place. I'm hoping if anybody can ever find an original of it, that we can use modern tools to crack it or even make a protected disk image like a DMK or SDF, and then see what it was supposed to play like, and hopefully it doesn't have all the problems.
There we go. So there's a call out to anybody out there that might have a copy of Jungle Queen.
Because we really want to play it a third time.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
If it's not terrible, it might be better.
It might be worth it.
It might be better if it worked properly, or maybe this is just how it was, and it really is that crappy.
I've had relationships like that. It might be better this time.
So we're putting up the Bat Weasler signal. Is that it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Bat Weaslers. I like that. I'm gonna have to remember that.
So, yeah, I don't think there's much else to say about that game other than yikes.
Goodbye. Let's say that about that game.
Yeah, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, are games like that why we have two games?
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, that may have been the one that spawned the two games.
Right. It's first time for. Right?
However, it's interesting. So Zeus doesn't run on VCC either. Which is really weird because it did run on an older version of VCC, because I first tried that game, I don't know, like a year and a half, 3 years ago, when I first started doing the Game On Challenge, and I was running it on VCC just fine. So I don't know. I think some of the upgrades in VCC have affected that it will not run anymore on it. So
nobody had problems with Zeus on real hardware, though, I hope.
I don't think so. One of the problems with it is that it appears that it hangs up on the color screen, like where it's like blue screen or orange screen or whichever color comes up. It looks like it hangs up, but you just have to hit enter a couple times and it'll go through it.
Okay.
Like a lot of people are saying, oh, well, I loaded it up and it just got to the screen and it just froze. It didn't do anything else. And there's no indication that you have to do that, so it's kind of weird.
What worked consistently for me on that was you hit the fire button on your right joystick, and then you hit enter, and it goes. So I haven't investigated the code, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it's saying, oh, click the fire button on the joystick you're going to use, and then hit enter to continue. I haven't tried it with the left joystick. I've only done it with the right.
Got a comment from Brian Walsh in the chat. He says he can't get Zeus to run on real hardware CoCo 3.
Interesting.
Has anybody else tried it on the CoCo 3? I haven't got a chance to try it.
I have not tried it on the 3. I may have to do that.
Yes, I tried it. I could not get it to work.
Oh, okay.
Does it crash or freeze, or what does it do?
I don't even remember clearly. I think it just, I think it crashed. I was frozen at the red screen. I did eventually get it to get past that, but I never got it to play. Like I saw the guy's face once, and then it just crashed.
So is this why we're going to have 3 games now?
Yeah.
We've got the regular game, we've got the buggy game, and we've got the real buggy game. That's our option.
There you go. So
I tried Henry's version that he fixed, and I couldn't even get anything with that.
Yeah, the only thing I fixed about that was I fixed it so that when you die, it refreshes the score so you can read your score after you've died.
Well, that one wouldn't even take me to the color menu for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I got a bad day.
Okay, this is odd. Michael Zweifel in the chat just says, I've been playing on my CoCo 3.5 with no problems. Is there more than one version of this floating around, maybe? I don't know. Besides the one Henry updated?
I could try a crash download.
That's, yes. So, Tandy, this has just been an interesting month for trying to get games to run. That's
thankfully the brand new ones today don't have this problem.
Yeah, this is the whole theme of Tandy this year is, can you get this game to work? And you are officially a winner if you've gotten the game to work.
Right.
There we go. I like that.
Yeah.
Score above 0. Right.
If you can get a score, you've won.
If you can get to the screen that shows a score, you win.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look. Like, normally if you get a CoCo 3 crash that's not a CoCo 1 crash, that's usually like a 64K game that starts using the vector page RAM at FE00 at FEFF, because BASIC normally uses that for handling interrupts and all kinds of things. And if you screw around with that, like the old DICOM games, if you didn't truncate the file a bit, it would overwrite that and then everything would just bomb. But this is a 32K game, so it should not be doing that unless somebody hacked in a, switch to 64K RAM to do something weird or special. I don't know. Did you notice anything, Henry, when you looked at this? It doesn't kick it to 64K, does it?
I didn't look to see what it does with the SAM, but it doesn't. I mean, I was just looking for where it stored its where it stored.
Oh, okay. You didn't go like through the code. You just were looking at that specific.
No, okay. I was on a mission to find how does it put the score on the screen? How do I make it put the score on the screen at the end of the game? Where is the end of the game? That kind of thing.
Okay.
But it looks like it doesn't. But I will say this: it looks like a 16K game.
No, so everything's under 4,000.
Yes, everything's under 4,000 except my patch. My patch is at 4,000.
I wonder if it maybe it's the 16K cassette version then, where it's trying to draw the screen where the disk controller has its RAM buffers between 600 and E00. If you try running it with ROM-L or something, maybe that'll fix it.
So yeah, it is trying to run it. It is. I'll tell you, the version that I've got is putting the screen at 600.
Yeah, that would cause problems because you got the disk timer interrupt and stuff that's being updated on there. You'll sometimes see a couple bytes just changing at random in the upper left corner. And if that's happening, occasionally that will screw things up because it will trigger disk basically to do something it's not supposed to be doing.
Okay.
So try ROM-L first if you want to see if that is the case, because that will basically shut off the disk ROMs entirely. And then you can run games that are mapped at 600. And then there's that little patch program Guillaume did that I've added on a few games like the Fudo ones that will actually shut this basic off in a basic loader. And it should run then too as well. So that might fix that problem. Hopefully that's the only issue. Yeah, Michael says he's gotten a score of 20,380 on a CoCo 3 with 512K. So, but that disk timer thing that is a bit random because it depends on where the timer is, what your last commands were that you did from disk, what buffers are active, etc. That makes some sense. But that means it should crash on at least sometimes on even a CoCo 1 and 2 with a disk controller plugged in.
Interesting. Well, anyways, what about tips and tricks for playing Zeus?
Try ROML.
Yeah, try ROML. Something I did not know for the first little while that I was playing it is that if you pull back on the joystick, you have a shield.
Right. Doesn't last very long, from what I remember, though, does it?
No, it doesn't, but it helps.
And
it refreshes.
It refreshes at the new level or with Death of Your Man.
Nope, it doesn't refresh with your Death of Your Man. It only refreshes at the level.
Oh, okay.
If you use it all up on a level, then your next man has no shield on that level until you pass it. Unless maybe that's just another screw up and that's just what it was doing to me. Who knows? That's just my personal experience.
Still, chasing the lightning is futile.
Also, if anybody has C64, 6064 emulator and has a copy of this game, because it was also made for the Commodore 64, it'd be interesting to have somebody try that and then, to see, does it play the same? Like maybe there's some stuff that works better there, or you can kind of tell better what's going on or something. I don't know.
And I will refute the sitting in the middle. I got much higher scores when what I would do is I would shoot up and kind of the lightning will move away from, it'll change direction away from your when you fire. So you can actually corral the lightning bolts over to one side of the screen and then shoot a bunch of them. And I found that to be a fairly successful thing to do.
Cool. Well, Curtis is looking for a fire extinguisher, so.
So
what was he soldering?
This next time you're gonna have 2 new games. You don't carry one over, right?
Yeah, Zeus is carried over.
Zeus carries over.
Why would you?
Why not?
Let's forget to bring in a Ken game now.
Zeus is not that bad. No, I chose Zeus.
Okay.
Zeus is actually a pretty good game.
All right.
It's just that a few people have had trouble loading it. But
okay. Otherwise, the action's good.
And we think that's identified.
Once you actually get it running, or just get it running on XOR or something, it's quite a fun game to play.
Have you ever had to add 2 new ones? Like scratch it and not have it
give up?
I have not done that yet.
I was thinking this was the one, but you say
nope,
it's good. Okay.
No, even when we had Grabber crashing on the 609, we patched it during the week, so they fixed it.
No, Zeus is actually a pretty decent game. It's just it's a good little kind of like Space Invader style shooter. It just few people had trouble loading it, so. And I think we may have that solved, so everybody should be able to play it next week.
David Ladd suggests let's try Predator and see if that gets canceled right away.
No, sorry. Predator
where...
already has its space. We are going to be playing Predator.
Pre-canceled.
It's going to be the very last game that we choose for the Game On Challenge. That's our swan song goodbye. It's more of a screw you, everybody. We're playing Predator this week.
It's a drop the mic moment, basically.
That's the scuttle the ship moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, Sixie's mentioning a YouTube video of the C64 version of Zeus suggests it doesn't just ram the lightning right to the bottom of the screen immediately on level 2. And Scott Cooper suggesting, how about Jungle Queen for one more week? And then he has a upside down smile face.
He left. He just left.
No, a storm just blew in, so I had to shut my window.
Oh, okay, we thought we were ticked off.
Nope. It was perfect timing, though.
It was good timing.
You guys do that, I'm gone. Yeah.
Just getting a little darker there.
You did the
You
mic
guys
drop.
suggested Jungle Queen play one more week, and a big storm.
He's
just blew in.
gone.
Yeah. I'm done with a lot of you.
So this Zeus has its name changed colors in the beginning. Is that the game? Or am I thinking of something?
Henry's playing it right now. You can see it on the screen if you want to take a look.
the very
Yeah,
beginning.
and it seems to me this is a version that I patched. I'm on my 128K stock CoCo 3. It's working fine.
Huh, interesting.
And it's also, interestingly enough, there's another thing that it's not doing. It's not sending all the lightning bolts all the way to the bottom all at once, like it was in the emulators.
I never really ran into that problem. A couple of the lightning bolts would come down fairly quickly along the side, but most of them, just moved back and forth across the screen. How fast they come down also depends on where you are shooting, because
died. Oh well.
All right, well,
I'm actually getting it. Oh, hello, clouds.
So that's the cloud everybody talks about that they have no idea what it does.
I think it soaks up your cold break. Or it kills you.
And kills you.
It kills you.
Yeah, that was fun.
Did you get a little electrical pulse from your?
I don't know what the heck that was.
That was like a rainbow shooting down and killing you.
Oh,
yep, that was
there's another
definitely. Oh well. I think
Okay.
that's a new high score for me. I'm going to post this.
No, I don't believe you actually got that score. So,
That would be Zeus's
how about
cloud, would it?
Yeah, that's Zeus's cloud. I don't know what he's shooting down at you. He's shooting rainbows at you, which I didn't know Zeus could do. It's
What,
the
like
Rainbow
rolled up
Bridge.
magazines? Rolled up magazines?
Okay, so let's take a look at Thursday night's show. So we got to watch Henry disassemble the game and try to fix the score thing. And I think a couple of people played, I think Sloopy played Jungle Queen, but everybody else played Zeus. Oh, wait, I think Marco also played Jungle Queen briefly, but it kept crashing on him because he's using real hardware. But, yeah, comparatively, it was a smaller crowd, but, yeah. It was fun. Work.
Ken, are you okay?
Ken, we're kind of losing you.
Correcting all of the mistakes we made when we talked about stuff.
We missed a fair bit of whatever you just said, Ken.
And we lost your picture
Yeah.
too.
Your storm is acting up,
Scared your squirrels away.
right? Storm ran the squirrels off.
So he's playing Zeus in real life.
Yep.
And I'm back.
Woohoo! Between clouds.
Electrical storm. All my lights went boo, 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 just as I heard somebody say, "We're losing you." Where did you lose me? Oh, well, we were talking about the Thursday night thing. It was a lot of fun. Be there in Discord, on the Discord channel, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Show up, play some games, chat, have some fun. There we go. I'll make this quick before I lose my connection again. Well, this one should be an easy one for everybody to recognize what we are playing for the next 2 weeks.
Not a clue.
Oh, nice.
Fire play test.
So, yeah, we talked about this game earlier. I guess we'll have to.
We'll have to rewind it and
Yeah, we'll have to talk to Henry about making because I won't be here next week, so Henry's going to be doing the Game On Challenge. We'll have to make him. We'll have to ask him if he can do Hero, and then you can have the 2 lava games or the 2 Hero games going head to head for a week.
No, they both have lava.
And they both have lava, but only one's called Lava Hero, and the other's just called Hero. So this game should work on all emulators.
Nice.
I almost guarantee it.
Yeah, enhanced colors if you're running it on a CoCo 3.
There you go.
And it sounds like 32K, not 64, though I think his itch.io page says 64K. So, and there's a Dragon version. If you want to get that, we'll be covering in the news. But if you are on the World of Dragon archive forums, Ciaran's put a direct download link. Both he fixed up Ghost Rush for the Dragon 32, and he put up Lava Hero as well. So,
all right. Well, that's all I have to say. So.
Okay. So, Henry, this will be your first time hosting the Game On Challenge, right?
Yes. It will be. It should be fun.
I was just going to ask, are you looking forward to it, or are you shuddering?
Don't forget to.
I'm actually. What? Go ahead, Ken.
Oh, I was just going to say, everybody, don't forget to initiate him next weekend.
Oh, don't worry. We'll make sure he has fun.
Not sure how to take that, but you know what? I've dealt with worse. I call it high school.
Oh, you think so, do you?
Remember, Henry's a
I call it
professional
high
in this
school.
area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's trained.
But he hasn't dealt with me long term.
No, not long term. You're actually much better in person than you are on the show.
Dang it. You're not supposed to tell everybody this is a good act. Dang it.
The floppy enthusiasm, on the other hand, that is real. That's not.
No, that is real. That is definitely real.
And he's a hugger.
That's sad.
I like the screenshot freeze we got with Ken there. That's a good one.
Yeah, Ken stalled out again.
I think he's crying. Oh.
All right, we ready to segment into news?
Yeah, I think so. I'll probably cover the Game On news first, just because there's not quite as much of it, because we've already covered a lot of it.
And it's traditional.
Go ahead and run the intro.
When you want the latest in TRS-80, Tandy, Dragon, MC10, and all of their hardware cousins, no matter what it takes, or where news breaks, from around the world to your nation. The CoCoNation News with L Curtis Boyle.
Hey, you guys should be seeing Akalabeth for those of you old timers that recognize this game. I'm assuming that's the screen I'm sharing.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep. Okay, so Jim Gary has actually ported Akalabeth to the MC10 before, so this is an update. The original Akalabeth took a fair bit of RAM even on the Apple II. So when he first ported, it required the MCX 128, which has 128K RAM, so more than 32, which of course is what the current, must-have upgrade for the MC10 is, and it would not run. So what he did is he actually broke the program into 2 programs, and then he used the chain command in MCX Basic that Aaron Atkinson added that lets you chain between programs, obviously. And now with the 28K of free RAM that you have on the MCX32 SD, it will now run on that piece of hardware. You don't need the MCX 128 anymore. So this is kind of showing a picture of it running here. Now, some of you guys that are into the hardware of the MC10, he's got a lot of snow on this, and I think it's because of something internally in the MC10 that might need to be tweaked through hardware, or maybe it comes because you have an SD card interface hooked up to it, but it gets pretty bad in the spots. Probably turn the volume on this one. He's got some background family noise going on there. This is your selection screen where you're buying stuff, etc. But you can see all the snow here as it's drawing. Now, for those of you that have MC10s with RAM expansions, etc., is that something normal, or is that, does anybody know? Ron, does yours do that, for example? Or Alan, I think you have one too, if you're still on the call.
I'll try it without Calabeth and just to see, but no, I don't normally see CRUDs like that.
Yeah, because it seems to be whenever it's drawing, it's like really going nuts. So that might be just his. Maybe he's got a quirky MC10. I don't know. But man, this brings back memories. This is the very first role-playing game I ever played on any computer ever, and that was when we first got the Apple II in my grade 9 high school. And of course, the pirated copy came in rather quickly. We were all playing it like crazy.
It could be that TV is just a little more susceptible to the rather large amount of noise that comes out of an MC10 anyway.
Oh, that could be. And I don't know if he's running straight RF or he's got a composite or other
that
things in
looks
between.
more like digital noise in the video signal itself.
Yeah, well,
could be either. I don't know.
It's
I'm
like
not
the
a
old
hardware guy.
It's like the old ZX81. It'd give you a sunburn from the stuff coming right off of the motherboard.
Wonder if the cell phone is too close to the AV cable.
No, I've seen a few other videos he's done where this has happened.
Yeah.
And usually only when he's running the high-res stuff. Doesn't normally do it in the low-res, so I'm not sure what the thing is. I do remember I tried to clone this game. I tried to write my own version of it, and I couldn't figure out how to do mazes properly, so I just made them all long hallways with doors. You couldn't turn left to right because I couldn't figure out how to get that to work. Yeah, I'm a terrible coder. But yeah, this is an awesome game. This is the one that, the predecessor of Ultima. The whole Ultima series was based on this one coming out in 78 or 77 or what it was.
Thou shalt play a Calabeth and enjoy.
Yeah. It was one of the original baggy games when it first came out.
Yeah, because he was minting them as a kid.
Yeah. Well, his dad was an astronaut. And then he went up in space too. Mr. Richard Garriott. Anyway, he also has been putting stuff. He's got his own page now for download stuff that's been removed from the university that he works at where he used to have it. So he's got his own. But he's also been putting stuff on the Internet Archive. And this one here actually has a whole description and everything else. And it's kind of got links that you can get to see, the original Calabeth and other things too. So if you want to go grab it, that's one place you can go grab it. You can get it in a variety of formats, torrents, zips, etc. And it gives you some brief instructions what keys do what. So anyway, if you got an MCX 32SD rather than the MCX 128, probably got one of the names wrong, and you haven't been able to play it and you want to, it's now available. Next up, we've got part 4 of the marathon of sibling rivalry, which is AJ actually doing the actual playing and Tim giving quote-unquote helpful hints sometimes of AJ trying to win Dungeons & Daggerath. So this is episode 4. These are between an hour and a half to 2 hours long. AJ, of course, is getting perpetually frustrated. She's not the greatest typist, and then Daggerath, that's one of the things. I always call it the best typing tutor ever made. And so she's still on level 3. She does get some advancement here. I'll spoil it a little bit and say she doesn't get past level 3, but she does get a few things she hasn't been able to accomplish before. And I've actually been watching these. Now, I have finally followed Tim's advice and I actually speed up the YouTube video and instead of watching it at one-time speed because I just don't have time. to watch 2 hours like that. But it's fun watching the interaction and also watching Tim try to remember things. I think he actually does remember them. He's just kind of faking it to drag it out longer. So anyway, it's it's a CoCo classic, and watching somebody new, and you can see that even though she's incredibly frustrated by the game itself, the experience that most of us had where your heart rate matches your character on the screen here because you can hear stuff coming at you don't know where from. You can tell that she enjoys that part because she actually gets wrapped up in it. Like you become part of the game. So I definitely would recommend it. Hopefully she'll be able to solve it. I know Tim had made a comment that he suspects it won't take too much longer now. She's actually managed to attack the wizard now with rings, etc. So she's getting close to getting past the fake wizard image. Then a page on YouTube called, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Just50. Hopefully I've got that right. Did some CoCo long play games here. And you'll notice on the screen here, if you're watching the video version of the show, that this is actually running from the online version of X4, right straight from the Color Computer Archive. So some other people are discovering this and doing gameplay videos based on recording them right out of your browser. So I won't actually play the videos here because we got a lot of news to get to, but I will mention that there is a Monster Maze, which is a Tandy cartridge game by the Image producers, which is kind of like Berserk, except you have treasures to get. And there's also Birds, which is a Atomix Galaxian style game. And the last gameplay video here is from Expertech, which is a Spanish site, and he's a guy who's real to Amber, and he plays all these games, and sometimes it's almost unplayable with Amber because you can't tell the difference between colors. Lunar-Rover Patrol, which is the game he played this week, actually looks really, really good. So this is one you could play on an Amber monitor, and it looks fine. You don't get lost trying to figure out what stuff is where. And that's it for the game news. Now I'm going to have to run for just a second here. I can hear a cat getting in trouble. So I'll be right back. So if you guys want to discuss amongst yourselves something briefly, I'll come back with the news.
No, he's looking for the cross-draw catapult.
Oh.
And here I thought I was able to take a nap for a while.
Hi, I'm Terry Steggy from Retro Tech Time and the Tandy Shack, and you're watching the CoCoNation, the world's first live and interactive talk show featuring the Tandy color computer and its hardware cousins.
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby Cable, Color Computer 3 Dual RGB Cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Hey there, I'm Ken from Canadian Retro Things. And I'm Amy from Taylor and Amy Show. Yeah, that was Amy from Taylor and Amy Show. And you're watching the CoCoNation Show.
And we're back with the news.
Okie dokie. So first up, we'll go through the upcoming shows here. Obviously, we already talked to David Kroeker. Probably too late for people to get down there now, but the Manitoba Computer and Gaming Club is having their gathering here. Last one for the year until January. And as we mentioned during that segment, Bill Noble and I are planning on attending and taking down a couple of CoCo 3s. Bill's got a lot of extra hardware. I'm not sure what he's all planning on bringing, but he could bring like a MIDI synth and keyboard and the whole bit. He's got a whole bunch of nice hardware to show off. I'll probably bring all the Nitrous 9 stuff and, indoctrinate some more people. So. So, go up to here. So this is Kroeker was talking about, and Doug Hammond's the guy we met that is kind of the organizer of it. And but if you in that group, any of these, I've had some past bring the equipment this year. They also occasionally have little suppers where they just get together and chat at a restaurant. So the one in January is a full bring your equipment down. I don't know how many of the dinner ones they're still planning on doing, or if they're switching more to doing the, in-person showing off hardware thing. But we'll keep an eye on that. And Bruce Moore has attended, as David mentioned before, and I think he's going to be attending the one in January. So we should have really good CoCo representation down there with David, Bill, myself, and Bruce, and maybe some of the kids too. And of course, next weekend we have Tandy Assembly. September 27th to 29th with Steve Leninger. I just saw that Rick Adams is also giving a speech this year, going through some CoCo war stories, as he calls them. And so registration, $10 per attendee per day, Saturday and Sunday. There's also the tech track, which is the deep dives into tech topics on Friday. That's also $10. And basically, if you want all 3 days, it's $30. And children 12 and under are free. Now, there was a couple of updates the past week here, vendors. So this is the latest one that I have found. So this is the list of the vendors with their little going who's Elizabeth so the main site, the Trash Podcast, Boise with the CoCo book and a ton of stuff like Drywire, etc. So there's a ton of stuff. There's some people that are actually giving away CoCo stuff in the auction. I already know. We'll be covering one of them. Tim Halloran has done a couple of videos of him retrobreading and kind of restoring and upgrading and fixing up a CoCo 2 that he's going to be donating to the auction. And he's actually got a little bit of extra stuff on it too that we'll be talking about this week and later on in the news when we get to his videos. But it is a system that he's donating. And I will mention right now, it's being donated with an original Dungeons of Daggerath cartridge and manual. So that's also included. That same weekend, which is next weekend, on the Saturday, the Amigos are having their International Computer Club. And that's a live show that'll be on Twitch and on YouTube, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. I will be on it to talk about the semi-graphic stuff and demonstrating Nick's Hero. Nick won't be able to, unfortunately, make it that particular weekend because he got older or something like that.
Was that a yay I heard in the background?
But I'll be on there to talk about both the semi-graphics technique stuff. Not too much of a tech deep dive. It won't be like CoCo Tech was, but enough to kind of give people idea what we're doing. And then to demonstrate Hero itself as well. And since we kind of got this Lava Hero theme here, I'll probably show off Paul's game on there as well, just to show them. I will be on later in the show because I don't know how long our show is going to be next week, and I never know any week to week how long our show is going to be, but it's usually pretty long. So 4 p.m. Eastern is probably pushing it. So I've signed up onto their sign-up sheet, and I've asked to be later on the show. So I'll probably be on, I don't know, 6 or something like that Eastern. So if you guys want to catch up, but if you want to catch all the stuff that other people, I think they've already got 6 or 7 other presenters already lined up, and it goes through collecting, it goes through, game systems and home consoles and arcade and home computers, and it can be anything from the demo scene to hardware to software to gaming, all kinds of stuff. So usually there's a lot of stuff interesting on there, and they got some pretty good presenters on there. I can't remember if Flack's going to be on this one or not. I'll have to check the schedule, but anyway, I will be on it. So you guys, for some really weird reason, can't get enough of me next Saturday on our show, you can even carry it over and watch that too. Maybe you need more sleep.
Nick, who is your hero?
My hero?
Yeah. He says he's going to be talking about your hero.
Yeah. Nah,
No, you don't have one.
not really.
Oh,
My
yeah, you
son.
do. You do.
I do.
It's a company, though. It's not a person per
Oh, there
se.
you go.
Big Five.
I guess.
Because you said many times before that is the one that kind of inspired you to
Yeah,
that you can make decent games and professionally done.
I can blame them. Yeah.
Okay, next up after that is the Dragon Meetup. And that one is October 12th to 13th at the Museum of Technology in Cambridge, England. I've already seen a few people mentioning they are going to be attending this. And I'm assuming Ciaran and a few others will be down there as well. It's not just strictly Dragon. There's also CoCo stuff there. Also anything 6809 related, basically. So you might see some Thompsons from France or some other machines as well. They occasionally bring out some of the Dragon prototypes that were made for the beta and the professional, et cetera, too, that you might be able to see. And of course, now they got the repro boards that they're working on from a few people that'll be probably shown as well. So Julian Brown, John Whitworth, and others, Ciaran as well, for that matter. And also various software and hardware and everything else. So it's the Dragon Meetup of the year, and definitely worthwhile attending. And hopefully we can get a little bit of a live stream from them, maybe at the tail end or beginning of the show if they're not in the pub yet. If not, if they can just take a whole whack load of pictures and send them up to me, I'll definitely show them on the show.
How many hours ahead of them are of us?
There's
Are they?
6 or
6
7
hours?
ahead of
Yeah.
Eastern. Is that right? 5
Where
ahead of
are
Eastern?
they? What country?
UK.
They should only be. I think they're only like because we're -4 from UTC now. So they should be about 5 hours. 5 hours ahead of us, or
Yeah, I
something
think it's
like
5
that.
from Eastern, and then it's like 6 ahead of, or 7 ahead of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one after that is the sort of the VCF of England, the RetroComputer Festival. This covers all machines, all game consoles, etc. It's a 2-day event on November the 9th and November the 10th. And you can book your tickets online at computinghistory.org.uk. There's also, of course, as always, all of our stories have links in the show notes that you can get on the CoCo Discord. And this is kind of the VCF of the UK. It covers a bazillion machines, and is fairly well attended. And this one is at the Center for Computing History in Cambridge, England, which is literally just a few blocks from where the Dragon Meetup is being held. So there's 2 great museums, a technology museum and a computer museum. So if you make it to either one of these shows, I would definitely check out both museums while you're there. Make it worth your while. And the last one I have a webpage for at this point is Retro SC, which is the Retro Show in Brazil. Now, we've had a couple of people that have attended the show come on and live stream for us before. We've also sent a bunch of pictures. That's like Erico and Luciano and a bunch of others too. And this is a generalized, covers all kinds of retro, but the CoCo clone scene is usually well represented. Of course, there's been stuff like the CP400, the Kodamax. Another one we'll be talking about the news here a little bit, so I'll kind of keep the one under wraps for now. But we usually have a pretty good representation there at the show. And it's well attended too. Like there's probably about 500-600 people there, I think, last time.
Their logo looks like a Super Bowl.
Kind of with a Space Invader on top.
Yeah.
And this, of course, is in Brazil, in southern Brazil. And it's right near some beaches and stuff. And Erico's even offered if anybody from North America or the UK or somebody wants to fly down and attend the show, he's actually willing to help tour guide you around the area too, because there's beaches and all kinds of stuff like within a couple blocks of the show itself. So you have your own built-in tour guide. And as it says on their webpage counter here, there's 55 days and just over 18 hours before it starts. So anyway, that's it for the retro shows. So let's go on to the main news. And there's quite a bit of it because it's September.
Time for a break? No?
Nah, I'm just going to plow through it. Oh, shit.
All right, yeah.
And I got my tabs are so small, I accidentally clicked the close box. So just a moment.
Oh, gee.
That
And
was
the news
brilliant.
is over. That's a quick way to finish the news.
Yeah.
Right.
Run the outro.
Come on, restore pet tab button work.
Okay, let's try this again. Whoops. Okay, first up, if Jason's still on the call, I don't know if he is, but still on the road,
I
etc.
am. We know that guy.
Yeah, this is AJ from Vintage Machines. It's the thumbnails from Jason's video on this Fairly Amused channel talking about VCF Midwest 2024. Now, because we got a lot of news to cover, I'm not going to play the video, but do you want to give us some highlights or stuff to check out on it, Jason?
Oh, well, of course I did. I had a fun time talking there with to AJ from Forgotten Machines at the as he called it, the Forgotten Machines alcove, as you can see right there in the thumbnail. Also got some time with the telephone system they had set up there at VCF. A couple fellows were messing around with a couple phones. Even had a CoCot, which is one of those weird, it kind of looks like a tall, regular old telephone, but it took money. It was a CoCot, stands for customer owned coin operated telephone. And that was kind of cool, some of the shady tell. And there was even a, what appeared to be like an old switch there for a phone system to the busy signal was a buzzing noise. So that was pretty neat. And another cool part was there was, we had a fellow there had some of the inner electronic workings for that drove the old Chuck E. Cheese animatronics.
Yeah, a lot of people that VCF really highlighted that. That was a special thing apparently this year.
Absolutely, that was pretty cool. I enjoyed that, and we had, of course, there's plenty of David Ladd in the video, and yes, and then towards the end there's some highlights from the Stop Bits performance, which that's who is all that? So they did some original songs and stuff. Just a taste
it's
of it.
Taylor and Amy. It's Veronica from Veronica Explains. I always forget the other guy's name, and my apologies to him.
It's in the description. I know I tagged his channel in the description of the video. But and don't forget that Ron is their roadie. I think it's like retro. What is it?
Action Retro. That's the guy
there
behind
you go.
Action
Retro. Yeah.
I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but yeah, they had their whole band playing, and it was the first time they ever played together. It was literally the show.
Yeah. Yeah, they had. I heard them practicing. I think Friday evening when I arrived. But yeah, that was their first public appearance. And oh yeah, and Ken from Canadian Retro Things shows up a bit in the video there. And I thought another cool thing there, and I think I may have talked about last week. You're sorry. Well, that's so funny. I talked about that last week. We had someone come up to my table and say, "Oh, I've been watching the show since pretty much day one." And before I could say we're sorry, he said we're sorry. And I said, "You know what? You really have been watching all this time."
Proof.
Absolute proof. And one of the other cool things, of course, I had an old CRT TV there to hook up whatever. In this case, I had a Pong machine hooked up for a while, and although David and I played a little bit of Pong in the video there too, but there was a fellow there with a blonder tongue modulator on VHF channel 7, and I was able to pick that up not only at my booth on a little pair of rabbit ear antennas that I always bring to these shows, because it always seems like someone's has some kind of little TV transmitter, but I actually found way on the other end of the hall, I also saw someone viewing that on a black and white set. But it's good stuff, and
I haven't heard somebody refer to TV as a set in a long time.
A set, oh well,
a TV set,
TV set. Well, I guess I'm a little old-fashioned there.
I guess you're got some age on.
Yeah, no, we're just old. That's what that is.
Get off my lawn!
Turn up the TV set.
Yeah, we kind of asked you last week, but since you kind of went through and edited the video down here, did you make any further comments on VCF Midwest in general? I mean, obviously it was a much bigger show, much bigger venue.
Oh yeah, and I think at that point I was working on the video, and anytime I go through a footage from an event like this, it's almost like reliving the event, almost, but everything becomes familiar again, and just it's a beautiful venue. It's a little bit of a walk to the hotel, but that's not a huge deal. The huge lobby, it's a great venue for it, and I really hope that I really hope, and there's plenty of room to expand, and I look forward to a show next year. I hope that happens. I would love to do it again.
Did you say in your video that you thought the amount of people was kind of limiting to a degree?
The amount of people attending?
Yeah, walking around and everything.
Well, I did. There was a lot of the time. I was at my table for a lot of this, and Saturday at one point, yeah, it was packed. You could not move. A lot of the stuff I filmed later when things thinned out. I think even Ken can relate to this. It was just the point you tried to film, and it was just too many people. You couldn't film any of that stuff, and I had to go back later and see some of these booths.
Well, you wouldn't think that would be a problem, would you? I mean,
I wouldn't. I think having the more people attending, the better. Yeah. I just think that maybe
it's a good problem to have. It's just difficult to get around to where you want to be.
It was nice that they put these expanded areas down the hallways occasionally, so the clots of people could hopefully.
Yeah, you kind of had passing lanes in certain parts here where.
Right in front of us, we see here. That's just going down the hallway. It gets wide for a little bit, and then the guy with the camera stands right where it gets narrow again at the end.
Well, maybe they had to do that according to a local law or something for a fire or something.
Could be. I just like it.
Yeah. It does give you some room to move around. I mean, Comdex used to be set up like that too, where you have these rows and rows that are fairly narrow. Then you have these bigger expanses between chunks of rows that you could actually actually navigate around in, rather than just becoming part of the crowd and you move at whatever speed the crowd moves.
They didn't really have lines going across with tape on them or anything, huh? So that's pretty much hidden.
There were a few places where there was some wiring taped down and some of that plastic stuff across there, but there was no aisles taped out. No, it wasn't like that.
Well, it was well powered through the floor, so.
Oh yeah,
there was outlets every.
Yeah. And of course, if you needed the phone lines, you actually had telephone poles you can kind of see in the back left here that were set up to go overhead. So you were good there too.
Oh yeah, and I think it was Friday. I saw them coming through because they were using I think it was some type of bricks or maybe just pavers to hold, and they had cleaned I guess 2 lows out of those things to support those poles. But I think maybe next year I need to get an actual phone. I was going to do this at one point and I realized I don't even have a hardwired phone anymore.
Oh geez.
I got rid of all of them. I'm like, I haven't had a POTS line in years, and I just
I haven't either, but I might have an old push button phone kicking around. I might have accidentally not thrown it out.
I think at one point I purged all that stuff.
On my Ron's garage, I one day was at a garage sale and I picked up this real fancy looking phone, and it was dial, so I bought it for like $1. And I went and looked up to see where whoever sold this hideous thing, and here it was a Radio Shack product. I have a video, a portion of a video that shows it for sale, along with other phone stuff. And so it's on Ron's garage if you want to take a look at it. I couldn't believe it. Thinking it was gaudy and horrible and everything. It had nothing to do with Radio Shack Tandy, but it did.
And I actually watched a YouTube video just the other day where you could still buy the push button version of those old Dell phones, although now it's made in China and it's not nearly as robust, but you can, and it's not nearly as durable, but there is one out there. I guess it's about $45 on eBay. And it's like, that's pretty cool, but it just doesn't have the same weight to it.
There's a guy at the dog park, speaking of phones, he sells pigtails and the handsets. He has thousands of them that he bought at some kind of a sale with the company he worked at, was a communications company, and he's still selling them like $35 a piece, and people are buying them because they want to hook it up and they want to be able to hang up on somebody and slam it down. They miss that with the phones we have.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive slamming your cell phone on the table, I'll say that.
Right.
But remember in the day, you get mad at somebody and you slam the phone down, there was a feeling of wonderfulness, because you banged it real hard. They didn't hear anything on the other side, naturally. They just heard a click.
Yeah.
See, I was a bit more vicious than that. I had my modem hooked up, so I would just, tell it to start sending data so they get that screeching noise in there.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
There you go.
Handshake.
I'll have to hang up because I'll start it.
And you could choose answer or originate with that push button DCM3, baby.
Yep, and I can change the baud rate so the noise is a little bit different each time.
We need the rabbit hole sign now, and I'm sorry.
Right.
No,
You should just hang that sign around your neck, Ron. You're really good at getting us down those rabbit holes.
Bringing them in all the time.
Very busy. I'm hunting wabbits.
You slammed the phone down so hard the bell made noise.
I personally liked using the blowhorn into the receiver, so that way the person that kept calling would stop calling.
Well, the modem noise usually worked pretty well for that too.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Not too many phone solicitors wanted to, screech at 300 baud. Anyway, the screenshot I'm showing here is the stop bits, which of course is Taylor and Amy. Action Retro on the left, and I wish I could remember his name. My apologies. Amy's just off to the right of the frame.
His name's Sean.
I was a little bit disappointed they didn't sneak in the 6809 song, but yeah, I guess it's VCF. It's 6809 is not the most popular processor, though it should be.
Curtis, you should have heard me. When I was there, I was like, why didn't you guys do the 6009 song? I kept pestering them on that.
Well, my understanding, David, was that the plan was to do exclusively their original songs and not any parodies like the 6809 or the 6502 song is, but they kind of threw together and improvised the 6502 song very quickly there at the end for an encore.
I tried to keep it as close as possible. Oops, sorry about that.
See, Nick is already so bored he's watching TV.
No, my head nodded off and I bumped the pause button on the keyboard.
Oh. Hey, well, one thing I did not know, and I actually found this out not watching your video, Jason, but Veronica was on another podcast that I was watching, and she mentioned that when she was younger, she was actually in a touring band. So she's got some credentials doing this kind of stuff, which explains why she has a professional pedal board in the front.
I seem to remember, I don't know if it was ended up in the video, but going through the footage, she did make a comment about like she had that guitar since she was 11 or something. So that makes sense.
Yeah, because it sounded like she actually toured around, probably in her, I don't know if it was college years or whatever, but that was something she did regularly. I just make noise at random fests every once in a while. That's all I do. I've never really toured. I've played, some semi-professional gigs and stuff once in a while, but not too often. Probably because
more than I've done.
Semi-professional meaning you actually received money for what you did.
No, the band I guested with did collect money, but I just said, if you guys let me go on stage and actually play along, then I'll do it for free because it was my brother's band.
Oh, there you go.
I think you get to retain your amateur status then.
Yeah, I mean it was a paying gig. I just didn't get paid personally.
Okay.
And plus, after people hear me play, that's usually like, we don't need you anymore. That's good.
Well, you do okay.
Were they still allowed to play afterwards?
Yeah, no, they're banned for life. Hey, next up, another Tandy video, the first of many we'll be covering today. So CoCo Town, for his Tandy stuff, he's been kind of going off the beaten path. So, of course, he's been spending the last year or so doing his Moon Patrol port that he started as a teenager, learned a bunch of stuff in between, and now he's, going for it, full bore, using stack blasting and all kinds of techniques. But here he decided to go revisit his past in his childhood. And he covers a couple of things that he wrote back as a middle schooler. And so he's got the financial accounting package he mentions here in the title. But then he also has a couple other little bits that he threw in there too, including, I think, a thing for tracking movies and a logic game that actually isn't a game. I'll play a little bit of the intro and a little bit of a clip just so you can kind of get the feel for it. Jeff, go check it out. It's nice and funny. And he might cover some other ones. He found some other discs or tapes that had some of his stuff he wrote as a middle schooler. So he's definitely come a long way, baby. What story was that, Ron?
I wonder if he had AI do that. Look at the cable for the computer goes through the cabinet strangely.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Hello and happy Septandy. This month I'm posting some videos that are a bit different than what I usually do, and today I'm going to show you an incredibly sophisticated financial accounting package that I wrote in middle school for myself. Notice the simple user interface. In spite of how complex the software is, it's still very easy to use.
Easy
I will
of use
be on
for me.
vacation for 2 weeks. How much money do I earn each week for doing my household chores? I earn $3 a week.
Boyle.
How much have I saved up? I have 20 cool dollars in my account. This means that while I am on my vacation, taking everything into account, I can afford to spend $1.86 each day, which comes out to 7 quarters. Can you guess why I have it in quarters? Because this is telling me how many quarters I can spend at the arcade every day while I'm on vacation. A window into my priorities.
Which is exactly what I did around that age too, honestly.
And that's it?
No, there's more. I'm just not
Oh.
going to play it all here because you have to go give him some view links instead of
yeah,
watching it
that's
all here. Otherwise, it just counts as one view. But yeah, he covers some other programs he did, including a logic game that he apparently never quite finished. He has another one that actually gives I think an undefined line number partway through. So it's kind of fun. And I've done this too. I've gone through some of my old stuff, including unfinished projects and some finished that just aren't worth uploading anywhere.
Sounds like the theme today. You know,
Yeah, that unfinished projects
Shoemaker.
thing. Anyway, definitely go check it out. There's a lot of, as usual, a lot of good humor, and it's kind of covering, what a teenager would think of programming. Next up, this is 2 parts that Tim Halloran released, and this is one I was talking about earlier. He's actually been, kind of retrobrighting and fixing up and upgrading this CoCo 2 that he's going to be donating to Tandy Assembly for the auction. And the part 5 and part 6 he released this past week. So part 5 is where he actually takes the transformer out and he actually makes this little run off of a USB 5 volts. So you can just plug it into a USB cable instead of needing the whole transformer and a wall plug, which I thought was kind of cool. So you're getting kind of a modern upgrade to this machine if you get a Tandy Assembly, and you can kind of see pictures of it there. I think, trying to see if he has a good thumbnail I can show. He also runs some diagnostic tests and stuff here. So yeah, here's a little bit on it.
Into the motherboard. It's pretty simple. So we'll now give it a try. It's all wired up. You can see little boards in there. Nice. Otherwise, we haven't changed too much. And we'll just turn it on. And I have the diagnostic cartridge in, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So we'll run some diagnostics. And hear the sound.
Anyway, it basically is running absolutely fine off of USB power instead of, full-blown transformer. So that's kind of cool. And then part 6, this is the final one, basically. He's testing out some other programs, he even tests out a printer, which I'll show you a little bit later. But the nice thing that that I mentioned before is he's including the Dungeons Daggereth cartridge with the original manual, which he's actually showing on the thumbnail sketch here. And it cleaned up really nice. So one thing he tested was a serial port, and he tested it using a TP10 printer to list stuff out. I will mention that the TP10, I asked him about this because it's not clear on the video, but that's not included. So you just want to make sure the serial port worked, basically. But as you can see here, he's actually got the original Daggereth manual.
Yes, so that'll come handy. You can figure out how to play.
We should send this to AJ, maybe. I don't think Tim's let her see the full directions. Anyway, if you're going to be attending a Tandy Assembly next week, that is one of the auction pieces, is the USB-powered CoCo 2, 64K RAM Extended Basic, and a Dungeons Daggereth cartridge and manual included. And the box isn't even in that bad a shape, as you can see by the thumbnail there. TRS-80 Retro Programming is now working on converting his Tales of Suburbia to disk. And he's kind of learning the differences between doing stuff between tape and disk. So he did a kind of a live, reprogramming blog kind of thing. And because he's learning, obviously he had a few errors as he was going, but it's coming along. And he's kind of learning how it works. I think he quite likes the fact, and I know MAME supports this as well, that he likes the fact that when you're running on TRS-80 GP, that it actually makes the disk drive noises and stuff, so you can actually hear it seeking track to track and that kind of thing. Personally, I like shutting that stuff off because I don't miss floppies at all. I was a hard drive guy by 88, and I didn't touch floppies except when I had to. So I prefer the more silent method myself, but I kind of understand the nostalgia of it. And he's going to be converting all of his games over to disk eventually. And I've actually got a copy of his, what the heck is the game called? I was going to say Ghost Rush, but that's not right. It's a ghost game where it's like a mini game where you got 3 screens to go through, and you have to manipulate a few things and find a few objects to get across a bridge to win the little mini game. And I'll be actually putting that up on my site hopefully with the next week or two here. Now that work's starting to die down a little bit, I'll have some time, because I was going to help test a few things on it. Anyway, you can go check that out on his YouTube page. And I'll let Ken explain his facial expression here if he's still on the call. Or did he leave because of the storm?
What's to explain? I've got a box of awesome Tandy stuff.
So you want to give us a bit of the background on the where you got the box and who you got it from, etc.?
Okay, well, I got it from some random person that was just walking out of VCF and looked over at our Tandy stuff and said, hey, you want to buy this box of stuff that I have? So I said, okay. And I offered him some money. He said, okay. And there you go.
So did he recognize you? Is that why he approached you, or you just because you were hanging around the Tandy folks?
He just saw that we had Tandy stuff set up. So he didn't want to take the stuff home. So, and as you can see, I got a whole bunch of Black Beauties.
Yeah, and you've even got the old aluminum original style, and you've got the plastic ones.
And a box set, so I got 5 Black Beauties.
How many did you have before this?
Probably about 15, 16 of them.
I'm going to start calling you Weasler Jr. if you keep this up.
Right?
I don't know how I keep ending up with all these Black Beauties. I just buy stuff, and I bought Commodore stuff, and there was Black Beauties in it.
Okay, but how many Black Beauties does it take to qualify as a metric crap ton of Black Beauty joysticks?
As many as I have. That's exactly the amount.
Oh, looky there. But does it work?
It needs new belts.
Yeah. Oh, there's the news.
There. Oh. That's what I was looking for. This one you have to explain.
Well, I showed that on the show last week. I now have a CM8 door. I just need a monitor.
You've got the opposite problem of everybody else on the planet.
Exactly. I have to be different.
Let's see the other side.
These not live.
This is recorded, Ron. I can't warp time and space here.
What about that?
What's that above?
What about that floppy you teased all last show?
Oh yeah, it's right there.
Now this is one I want you to talk about because this is a fairly rare item to find. I know Brian does have one, of course, but there's not too many people who do.
Very rare. Even I don't have one.
Yeah, and you're the floppy guy.
Right, he hit it when you walked by, so you.
Yeah, I did. I hid it from you. Actually, no, I bought this after you'd already left. It was Sunday afternoon when I bought this.
Did you look at the hole and see if there's any big scratches on it or anything?
It's all wrinkled and mold on it.
Right.
Anyway, for those who don't know what it is, or maybe missed last week's show or something, I've not seen this before. Do you want to explain what this is? Because this is a rarity.
I don't 100% understand it myself yet. I just don't know it was rare because Rick told me it was rare.
Well, it's an alignment disc, so the tracks are laid out non-standard format, so you can tell which way your heads need to be aligned, and it's something you can't do with a floppy controller. You have to just have this disc. That's the only way to get it.
Like people sometimes have asked you, can you duplicate this alignment disc with, say, a grease weasel or a cat weasel or something like that? No, you can't.
No, stuff that's in between the tracks.
And I think, David, you probably know the best of this out of everybody, maybe?
So
this is your glory moment, David. Go for it.
Oh, yes. All right. So the floppy disk in this case is made in a spiral, not in like where it's standard tracks. The easiest way I'd say is kind of like how CDs are done, where it's a spiral as it works its way inward. And you're supposed to use an oscilloscope, and you move the heads, and then you try to get the alignment on a specific frequency that's at that position. And you keep testing certain points, and you keep moving the head till all points match what they're supposed to be at those locations. And yeah, these are very rare discs. I wanted one. The last one that showed up on eBay went for $200, and I was like, yeah, no. Maybe 50, but not 200.
That's significantly more than what I paid for that whole box and the disk drive.
Memory Minder is the program that's on ROM, isn't it?
Yeah, it's built into the 16K version of JDOS.
Right.
And I actually had the same controller, a little bit different. I had the parallel port version of it, but I had the same controller with the same JDOS that Ken shows on the video here.
I have it too.
I did not have the alignment disk, so I couldn't use the memory minder
somewhere. I don't know.
So basically, the memory minder manual you see and the memory minder J&M disk there, that's utilities to run stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those you can get. It's the Dyson alignment disk. That's the one that's the rarity. Now, this was multi-platform too. Like that disk was used on multiple platforms for doing alignments, if I remember correctly. Not just CoCo's, right?
Well, if you're using an oscilloscope, it doesn't matter what the system is because you're not using a controller. So,
no, but I meant there was other systems that have the software, et cetera, to manipulate to do this.
Disk.
Yeah, that I don't know.
I've seen it on PCs, so I know it can be done.
Each system would have its own software to move the head where you needed it. Like
do whatever, yeah.
You had to put
I've seen
this track 0, track 17 to do your different measurements.
And you adjust it by moving pots on the board of the drive?
No, you actually have to loosen the screws on the stepper motor and slowly turn the motor so that way you're changing the position of the head based on how the stepper motors.
So it wasn't an electronic.
No, this is a total analog. That's one of the reasons why so many people, the Commodore 1541s were really bad about it because that banging, too much banging would throw those drives out of alignment. But yeah, it's yeah, this disk is pretty valuable for someone that wants to maintain floppy drives.
I wonder how they age over the years. Well, you think?
It seems floppies last forever. I mean,
they do.
Yeah, I've got 40-year floppies that still work. I also have some that don't. But
well, that's not exactly true. There was a stack of floppies that Jim brought that had me try to image, and the actual magnetic media flaked off of the Mylar. So in that case, no.
I think a lot depends on how the discs were stored.
Right.
Or the bonding agent that they used on the media.
But I can guarantee out of all of the old media I've tried to read, floppies were better than old hard drives or better than old tapes.
I would agree with that because I've got quite a few tapes here that will not read. I've got a few that still, but quite a few don't. Like I'd say over 50%. And the hard drives, I mean, they just literally die after a while. My drive that had all the nitrous 9 source up through 201 died, and I haven't been able to recover a lot of it. I've got older versions I had backups on the floppies, ironically enough, that I have. But the absolute latest version, before I kind of disappeared from the CoCo nitrous 9 scene for 13 years, that drive's unreadable.
Curtis?
Yep.
8-Bits in the Basement made a comment, which I think we just were discussing.
How to do those?
Yeah, so duplication of these discs, unfortunately, you have to have the original equipment that had the pattern that wrote the different
the spiral
characteristics
track
to
thing,
right.
With the data on the spirals and
which no normal disk controller chip will do.
Or the drives, because the drives are, stepper motors move in little increments.
Wait a minute. Brian Weisler says he has the machine.
Not that I see.
Ron, you're pulling our leg.
But there was a pause for a few seconds.
Right.
I would not have been surprised if that were true.
Right.
Really.
It's still in the warehouse at Dyson somewhere, sitting on a pallet.
And the last thing I wanted to ask Ken about, and you want to see all the rest of the stuff he got, you're definitely going to have to go check out his video. You can see on the far right of the screen, he's got a copy of a game by Paul Shoemaker, actually. But this actually has like a printed color sheet manual and printed label color for the diskette itself, 5 1/4. Was it ever sold that way? Or was it ever, represented that way, that was handed out at shows or something? Or is this something the guy would have done on his own? Because I've never seen it before.
Right.
I don't think Paul's on the call anymore.
What was the question? I just dropped off for a second.
The floppy disk on the right-hand side here.
Oh, fire playtest?
Yeah. Do we know if that was something Paul actually manufactured something like that and sold it to people that way?
It's got a insert and everything, a full color insert, and
Can we go forward and see it?
I don't
I think it was before you showed
backward?
it, isn't it? Can't remember.
Yeah, I showed it a little earlier. Actually,
But I'm trying to figure out if is that an official thing that Paul maybe was involved with and sold it that way, or did this person just kind of print out the stuff and make his own label just to have a disc version of it?
Well, here, actually, if you can just switch to me for a second, I have it right here.
Okay, let me stop the share.
Ooh, live demo.
I don't know if you want to highlight me, Mark, or
I'm coming.
hello.
I told you
my
roller
video's not on.
skates.
Just a second, I have to turn my video on. There we go. Now you can see me.
There we go.
So it's got a full color insert and everything else.
Well, we should have asked Paul when he was here earlier.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was staying for the whole show. I should have been
That looks pro.
sane. Yeah, I mean, if Paul didn't sell it this way, he did mention this is one of the games he actually did sell on itch.io. It wasn't something that was free like his current
Yeah, so
Lab Heroes.
I don't think there's a physical copy available anymore, but
Are you wearing a house coat?
yes, I am, because it's freezing in here with this storm blowing in.
I thought you were going into your Playboy mode and you'd have a cigar or something.
Yeah, a pipe. No, a pipe.
But did you bring
We can
your
take
towel?
we can take the spotlight off me now.
Oh no, we should just leave this on the whole show.
Yeah. You guys don't need to see the rest of the stories. We'll just have Ken.
It's 85 here in Fountain Hills, Arizona.
It's about 12, 14 here, and it's a west wind. It's just blowing at about, I don't know, 40 miles an hour straight into my cabin.
Well, it's 38 here.
The squeezy foam isn't quite enough.
Nope. Well, the whole front of my cabin is a screen. So
Understood. Yeah.
All right, definitely go check out Ken's video. There's a lot of other goodies. You can kind of see some of it in the background here, which I'm not going to talk about because you have to go watch the video to find out.
Investograph. That's all I have to say. It's the future.
Move over, spectaculator.
Right.
Okay, another thing that happened. I don't know if 60's still in the chat here because it's getting pretty late out there. But he released an update to XWAR. 1.6.4 has been released. So this fixes a couple of things. The first one is the control shift digit shortcuts. But there was another one that was actually found by a user that mentioned it to him, that the LUT-based composite rendering, so using composite color mode on a CoCo 3 emulation, had actually been kind of broke. And that was found by Christian M. And Ciaran went checked, and sure enough, yes, it was, and he fixed it. So now you should get the proper color in composite on the CoCo 3 with the very detailed artifacting. That's basically what that is covering. So if you had some problems running composite games on the CoCo 3 emulation in XWAR, that should be fixed now. And I think he's already got that version up on the archive too, I believe. Ciaran, correct me if I'm wrong. Next up, we've got a couple of announcements for Tandy Assembly, which of course is next week, as we discussed earlier. First one is that Rick Adams will be a presenter again this year, with this topic being CoCo War Stories. So, of course, they're going to promote that. And kind of a little brief discussion about that there. And the second is they've got some swag, some software stuff that you wear that's soft that they actually have available. And they've got Neil Blanchard kind of modeling a bunch of it here. So he's got the cap, he's got the hoodie, T-shirts,
He's
etc.
got an antenna too.
No, I think it's just seam in the
I
wall.
know it's the wall.
So this stuff actually will be on sale at Tandy Assembly, so you can kind of do a see before you buy type thing. Now, it being Tandy Assembly, of course, they're covering all the various machines here. These seem to all be Tandy 1000 based. I don't know if they have alternative designs or if that's just the general one for this year or not, but yeah, there's some good swag you can pick up at the show. And I'm seeing that Jim Gary's done some MC10 posts here. I might have to check that later here before the show ends. Okay, next up, Erico Monteiro put up this, it's kind of a screen mock-up. They were talking about writing stuff to draw graphics on a CoCo using vectors like lines, etc., that are kind of like relative definitions to each other. But basically, you do something like this. He kind of does a mock-up screen of how to do it on a PC, and then he would be able to export it as draw statements, for example. And then you can actually do scaling and everything else too, because the draw command does support some scaling functions. I don't think this is an actual real program. I don't know if Eric was actually planning on writing something to do this. I know he's done some stuff with Photoshop for doing artifact colors, so I think he's quite capable. But it's a pretty interesting way of doing things, because you can have these scalable graphics that you can generate on a PC and test really, really fast. And then once you draw them on the CoCo, you'd be doing the slower draw statement. But at least you wouldn't have to like do all the drawing and manipulating and getting your drawing finalized at the slower speeds. Next up, and I thought this was a rather cute name, Elliot D. Inosaur. So dinosaur, obviously. Just received from eBay and plugged in his TRS-80 CoCo 1, and it's an RF to HDMI. So RF straight to HDMI, no composite or anything else needed. And it looks like it's made in China, judging by the wording on it, but it comes out fairly good. Now, some people were commenting in the comments here, like, are you happy with the colors? Because kind of this weird purplish green. That's because this is a PAL CoCo 1. This is not a NTSC. So it's not designed for the artifact colors the same as us. And purple and yellow vertical stripes is kind of what you got. I think, Nick, you can attest to that.
Yep.
So it does seem to be doing a fairly accurate job of what the real RF signal would look like, straight up to HDMI.
The ratio is wrong.
Wow, that's just, everybody seems to do that now. They're lazy and don't set 4:3. They just leave it 16:9. But that looks like it would actually play the games pretty well, and you don't need multiple converters and stuff. It's just a single converter. And I think he mentioned it was not too expensive either. Yeah, $59 Australian.
It's
so I don't know what that converts to right now. It's probably like $35 US or something. Now, is this one you've ever heard of, Nick? I don't know how much you deal with RF. Maybe your CoCo 1.
No,
but...
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Anyway, I've seen many solutions that, basically you have to do a composite or you have to tap off the VDG, and this is just straight RF, plug it in, and straight out to HDMI in one shot, which I thought is actually kind of a nifty way to get some of the. If this works with NTSC machines, this would be really cool for people that are buy a CoCo 1 or a CoCo 2 or a bunch of other retro machines for that matter. You can just plug it straight into your modern TV through this one box without a bunch of extra boxes and cables in between. I thought that was a pretty nifty solution. If it works in NTSC, I don't know, but it definitely does work on PAL. Next up, Jim McClellan went and took his old CoCo 1, and this has got to be like a D or an E board, judging by the fact the Radio Shack label's to the left and the missing RAM badge that wasn't on the later F boards. But this one actually had it so worn down, the paint was down to the black plastic, and now he's actually touched it up with some, as he puts it, a little elbow grease and some basic flat gray rattle can paint. And actually, it looks like it turned out pretty well. It's not too shabby. I don't know exactly what rattle can gray paint is. I'm not familiar with that. Is that a color designation? Is it a brand? I have no idea.
No, it's just a spray paint. Spray paint.
Oh, okay.
The rattle
can, because when you shake it,
oh, with the little ball bearings inside there, loose. Gotcha. That's what it meant.
Paint.
I thought it was a brand name or something.
Come on,
I'm an
man.
idiot. What can I tell you?
Get an education, man.
Yeah, I should. Nah, that's work. Anyway, I thought it turned out pretty well. So that's another alternative. A lot of people try to buy the, what is it, Mercedes gray car paint and stuff to touch it up.
Right. Yeah.
This might be another alternative. Then we got a teaser from Sheldon MacDonald, who's been kind of a little bit absent of the CoCo world. He's been doing a lot of stuff with Genesis programming and stuff too. He says the mystery project is ready for testing before building a clean PCB using KiCad. I may need some experienced people to overlook the schematic before finalizing it, as I'm just a programmer. Once I have a demo program to run with it, more will be revealed. And I will zoom it up so you can take a look. And now he did in the comments give one little hint, which I will read to you, and you hardware guys can maybe comment on this. It is meant to complement the CoCo SDC and get rid of the need of a multi-pack interface. That's his hint. Now, looking at that and being hardware guys, and now with that little clue, do any of you have a clue what this might be? I was thinking it might be a pass-through sound card, because a lot of people were saying you need a multi-pack to run an SDC and a sound card. And Sheldon has done programming for sound cards with Cheddar on Defense and stuff and hockey before. So I'm wondering if this is maybe a very big wire-wrapped version of something to do a pass-through sound card that you can just plug your SDC into directly, no multi-pack required. That's my guess. But what do you hardware guys think?
That's a good guess.
Yeah.
But don't forget asking about a real-time clock.
Yeah,
Well,
I gotta
that's
throw the
just a
clock
given.
in.
Yeah, that's a given. If I won't buy it if it doesn't have a real-time clock. You can put in a Sound Blaster 16 on it. I want my real-time clock. Plus, you can use it as a timer interrupt for doing the sound, so it's it's kind of helpful. So that you guys think I might be right on that, or could it be something else that you can think of?
Yeah, it's his homebrew version of the SDC extender.
Oh yeah, whatever happened to that? Did that ever get manufactured?
You're looking at a rebuild.
Because it was Jim Brain who was going to do that originally, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did do it.
Okay.
There's plans out there, if I remember right.
But he never sold it as a product. He just put the plans up? Ah.
Or at least there were pictures or something. It did happen, but it's not a widely available thing. And I think Sheldon may be just going after his own.
Okay. Makes sense. Anyway, he did mention that he might want to get some hardware people to help him for the final parts. So you hardware guys, keep an ear to the ground for that. Speaking of hardware, Jason Walters posted on the CoCo DFE Facebook group photos of his CoCo 3 Athena 1.2 board. And of course, that's the CoCo 3 duplicate motherboard or reproduction board that Pedro Rocky Hill has made. And this is the 1.2 version. And he took some photos. Now, the coloring seems to change between photos. I don't know if just lighting, I'm guessing, because I don't think he has two versions of the board. You can see here he's put a Cloud9 Triad 512K static RAM. He's got the protector along with the 6009. But totally populated. Obviously, he had a Gimme on his own that he had previously to put in there because that's one of the chips we can't reproduce yet until the Gimme X or Gimme Z comes back online. But yeah, he soldered it all together, said it was a lot of fun to do so. I don't know what he's talking about. And then he decided to play a Nick Morendi's game here just to test it out. So it's actually is running. Now, Nick, here's a test for you. What game is that of yours he's playing?
It's a top 10 on there. What did I do a top 10 on?
If you look at the guys' names there, it'll give you a clue.
Yeah, it's one of my old games. Ah, gee, I can't even remember.
Try name number 3. Or if anybody else wants to guess first, go ahead.
Oh, I'm a bit far away.
I know what it is.
Oh, is that Rupert Rhythm?
Bingo.
With a name like Peter Percussion, it's
yeah, that was the clue.
That was the dead giveaway.
Nick's favorite written game of all time.
Yeah.
Did you detect the sarcasm in my voice?
Yeah. Really?
Anyway, it's a really cool seeing a reproduction motherboard made by a third party that you can get the plans for freely available, and you can also order the boards from PCBWay or whatever based on the plans. And if you have a Gimme chip, then one of the chips that is hard to get, but you put everything else as stock stuff you can get off the shelf, and it actually fully up and runs. is great. So we do have, a way to replace CoCo 3s. We just need to replace a way to replace the Gimme, and then we're ready to go. And then start working on improvements. Now, this is probably my favorite story this week. So Eddie Malfris is a Tandy TRS-80 collector guy that does all the stuff here. But he's actually got a website that's kind of going through the history of the Project Green Thumb, which, if you guys know the history, this was a special project between the University of Kentucky and the Farmers Union to create online services that farmers could get for like weather or stocks or whatever else they needed to know. And this went through several phases, but basically Tandy kind of partnered with Motorola to do this. And the original prototype version, of which 250 were made, 50 Tandy kept for parts and sending as replacements. There was 200 distributed to farmers as part of the test. Was actually done in a Model 1 case with a little keypad. It didn't actually have a full keyboard. Now, there's been a grainy photo that was found in the past that Eddie actually, with a friend of his, had actually made a reproduction as close as they could think of using an old Model 1 case. But recently, he actually managed to find one at a university in Kentucky, one of the originals. And this is the predecessor of Videotex and the predecessor of the CoCo. It has a 6847, has a 6809, just when the chip was brand new type thing. And so he's been doing the whole history here. I'm not going to read the whole history. You should definitely go read it on the Facebook post. This is in the Tandy Color Computer DFE group. And he's also got his own website about it. And he goes through the history here where it went from this original prototype using a Model 1. Then they decided to make it a keyboard, the chiclet keyboard that CoCo has, that was made. It was first sold with the blue case that I think Terry Steggen and a few others do have, which is the Elanco, Eli Lilly and Company, basically commissioned Tandy to make that. And then Tandy rebranded and made the gray style Videotex terminal, which looks like a CoCo 1 case, basically. That came out a few months before the CoCo 1 did, and then the CoCo 1 itself came out later. Now, the exact order of some of this is kind of a little bit up in the air, because I do know from Robert Kilgus's collection and some of the notes he had from Tandy that the CoCo project was actually started, in 78, 79 internally. They'd already been talking with Motorola at that point about the CoCo. So the Videotex versus CoCo, I'm not quite sure what. The first one that got actually manufactured and sent out was Videotex, but the CoCo side might have started a bit earlier. It's a bit more complicated because it had joysticks and other stuff you had to head into it. But he's got some nice pictures here, and I thought I'd go through a few of these here. So that's the actual Green Thumb box. The real one, not a mock-up. This is the actual one that was sold and working. And here's a comparison. So the original Model 1 case, you can see on the bottom here with the full Model 1 keyboard. This is the mock-up they made based on the grainy photo, which actually did a pretty good job of doing it. You can see the fonts and stuff are a little bit different. Size of the label, the text in the label is a little bit different. So the middle one here is actually the mock-up. And this is the real one he actually managed to get from the University of Kentucky. And this is on his website as well. If you want to read through the whole books, is the Project Green Thumb proposal by Motorola that they partnered with Tandy with for the manufacturing, and has the protocols and stuff that are going to be used. These are the ports.
1970s Kickstarter looks like.
Sorry?
That's what a 1970s Kickstarter project looks like.
So it actually had some DIN ports that were repurposed for video and stuff here. These were ports that I think were on the original Model 1, if I understand correctly. Never had a Model 1, so I don't know if I could recognize that or not. He said basically the tape port has been repurposed with a standard RF output to connect to a black and white or color TV. The video port is used for DIN to RJ11 cable for connecting to a phone line. And they didn't even change the labeling on the back here. It's still the Model 1, but they basically just repurposed the ports. There's a shot where you're actually plugging in some of the cabling. This is number 19 of the 250 originally manufactured. And data manufactured October 79. I look on the inside.
That was interesting with a call sign on it.
Yeah.
KXU. Yeah, there it is. K2XU.
Oh, right. Yeah, I didn't notice that. It even says this device may not be sold for use in the USA. Operation is authorized under an experimental license granted by the FCC.
Oh, I just noticed that it's part 68. So, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I do know Jerry Heap, who is heavily involved with this, actually had to get, was it a ham radio license or TV license or something to actually even go demo this?
Right, because part 69 was the one where you didn't need a license. I just noticed, though, 68 was different. So, cool.
Is that the general radio telephone license?
I think so, yeah. So, because you're a farm, so you aren't going to have wired phone, maybe. Right?
Yeah. I mean, if you go to Eddie's website itself, he's got much more detail than he does on the Facebook post here, so you definitely want to check that out. But here you can see like the amount of RF shielding that's put on here. And it still had to be special.
Still wasn't enough.
Nope. There's a state of the software overview. That's from the booklet. And it actually fires up. You'll recognize the VDG screen. Now, it does seem to be scrambling some stuff here. Plus, it's probably not connected to the server. Now, I did do some reading, and apparently the server machine that these machines called into is an HP 3000 Mini, which is kind of a competitor to, say, the PDP, which actually I'm familiar with because we had one of those at work after the PDP 1134. When my old company got bought out by a different one, they were running an HP 3000 with, a whole air conditioner room with, 9-track tape drives and, hard drives the size of refrigerators type thing. So I'm actually familiar with that particular machine, and that was the server host for all of these machines.
Now, that just to go back a second, that call sign, but did it have an X in it?
Yes.
Oh, that's an experimental call sign then. That's great. It started out with the last three had an X at the beginning of it. I believe that's an experimental call sign.
Rock and roll.
Okay. And part 68 apparently isn't radio telephony or anything like that. Part 68 is terminal equipment being attached to the pots.
Oh, because you couldn't attach anything to the phone line back then because Ma Bell owned everything.
Oh, yeah, that was a monopoly AT&T still, wasn't it?
So you couldn't just hook something up. Okay, that call sign, though. That's weird. That's why they had phones with the little lifter where the fingers would lift the handset up so you didn't physically connect to Ma Bell's phone lines.
Yeah. So anyway, this is the previously historic view of what order things went in. See, the original AgVision in the blue case, that was the first version that Tandy custom manufactured for Elanco. And then you have the Videotex itself. And this particular one is actually signed by Jerry Heap, who was very instrumental in making this. And of course, that eventually became the CoCo because it was basically the same innards except different ROMs and added joystick ports and some other things. But now you can add on the far left of this the original Model 1 case keypad, not even a full keyboard version, but also ran a 6809 and a 6847 VDG.
Well, the green thumb there has a completely different motherboard than the AgVision, and the Videotex has a completely different motherboard than the CoCo, because the AgVision and the Videotex have the modem and stuff built into the board. There's some other stuff moved around, but it's close. That is completely different for the green thumb.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, the Videotex would have had like the PIAs for the keyboard and the serial port, just like the CoCo did. But on the other hand, like I said, you don't need to hook up joysticks. And I don't think it had a cartridge port, did it? The Videotex terminals?
No.
Anyway, a lot of fascinating history here. It's definitely worth the read on the post. I believe it has a link to his main page, which actually has a complete scan of the entire Project Green Thumb book. So if you want a complete history of the whole thing.
Videotex.com.
Sorry, we want to read that again. I might have talked over you on that one.
AKA tandyvideotex.com.
Yeah, definitely go check it out. It's well worth it. Next we have Peter of 8-Bits in the Basement, off in France. So he was deciding on what he wanted to do on his CoCo for Septandy. Of course, he did the recent Bob and the Alien Fireflies game. And in this case here, he decided to make the CoCo into an Etch-a-Sketch. And I think, David Ladd, you were instrumental in this becoming an actual project.
Indeed.
So you want to kind of explain the history of that?
Wait, what? I was involved. I don't know how.
I thought he mentions in the video that you made a suggestion that that you could make an etch sketch out of that. Doing the
That was
separate
me.
pots. Oh, that was you. That was Ken.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. My
In an
mistake.
old video that he did where he originally had this joystick, I said, "Oh wow, that just looks like an Etch-a-Sketch control." That was my comment that I made to him. That was about, I don't know, 4 years ago.
So here it is, the Etch-a-Sketch hardware. And he wrote a little basic program. So basically, it's separating the X and Y pots onto almost like paddle controllers. And then he made a little basic program just to set graphics, and you flick a button or something to change the colors, or you could anyway. I did leave him a comment because I noticed he was just running at regular speed and he was having trouble keeping up, moving the pots around. And he did respond to that this morning and said, yeah, he put the speed of poke in, and now it seems to he can draw a lot better, because he was trying to draw an elephant as his demo. And he couldn't get it enough control over it to do it properly. So he ended up with something I think he said resembled a tank. No, that's not it. Where's his? Yeah, here. This is trying to draw an elephant, became a tank. But he said he did a much better elephant with the speed up poke. So, but definitely watch it. It's kind of a fun one. Does a little bit of hardware that's not too hard. A little bit of software that's pretty easy. No machine language or anything, just basic. So it's a cute addition to the Septandy canon for this year. Next up, we have Retro and Gaming. And we've actually covered his channel before because he received, and he's in Europe, he received a CoCo 1. And he was trying to get stuff to load. And I think he had a cassette deck he received that wasn't working properly. So he had both an MSX machine and a CoCo 1, and he's been trying to get it to read cassettes. And there's all these Duino-based ones. As he mentions here on the slide, it's Max Duino, Cast Duino, and TZX Duino. And the first majority of the video is him trying to get the MSX one to work, and he had some issues there. Eventually got it kind of working, but the CoCo one worked pretty well right off the bat. And he managed to load in a tape here. He had some basic programs he was loading in and trying out.
Let's bring you in closer and see if we can go to the races together.
So a little horse racing game where you bet on the horse. This might have been in a magazine or something, I don't remember. But he was quite happy that it loaded the first try, because he definitely took a bit of trying.
And my horse is lost.
To get the MSX, he had to get a replacement Duino. When he had it running, it loaded programs fine. Then he put the case on it, then it stopped working, type of thing. So I would suggest maybe he gets a CoCo STC if for the CoCo side of things. I don't know about the MSX, but. Another Septandy video. This one's on Facebook. And this one here is by Mike Hockey. And basically he has a maze program that was based on one from a creative computing magazine, but then he also, to add the retro, he decides to print the maze out to a TP10 printer, a little thermal printer that was common on the MC10 and on the CoCo at the time. It's a minute 26 seconds. I think I can skip ahead a little bit here. He's just kind of showing what's there. And I'll play a little bit of the video here. That's a familiar sound for anybody who had TP10s back in the day. Still quieter than a line printer.
I don't know. That seems pretty noisy for something that looks like it's thermal.
That is thermal. But he's got the mic like right by the printer, so. Yeah. Is there a way to volume control this thing? Oh, it's hidden under my zoom controls. Anyway, he's kind of showing the graphics capability. He's actually dumping a set reset screen here of a maze that he generated.
Yeah, I've got an article about that very maze routine and how it works logic-wise up on my websites.
Yeah, because it's one that's always solvable, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, except for a bug that has existed since the 70s, and you have to put in very specific numbers to get the bug.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a good double dose of retro. You actually take an old, 1978 creative computing maze generating program, you convert it to run on a CoCo. Okay, there's some retro right there. Then you actually print out the result on a TP10 thermal printer from the CoCo directly. So it's like retro all the way around. This is my second favorite article this week. So Luciano Sharf is, of course, one of the active people in Brazil, and he'll be at that Brazilian show we talked about earlier.
He's a great guy.
Yeah. We've actually had him on the show a couple times now. But he decided to post some photos from adbursters, etc., for one of the rarer, actually extremely rare CoCo clones that were produced in Brazil, of course, because of really lax laws on copyright and trademarks, etc. They basically just cloned everything: Apple IIs, Spectrums, CoCos, whatever. But this is one where the company went far and above and beyond. Most of the CoCo clones would pick like a different keyboard, a different case, but basically the hardware is essentially similar. Not so with the VC50 that was put out by a company called Varex. And this actually had multiple versions of the machine, but they had stuff like built-in disk drives, numeric keypads with real keyboards. This is CoCo 1 era, folks. Specialized external monitors. You can see get some joysticks and stuff there, but dual floppies built into the case. The full keyboard with real full-born keys. I don't know if they're Alps or not, but they made a portable version that actually had the screen built in, a nice small one with the keypad and the dual drive still. And there's some descriptions of it here. As you mentioned, it's got a 6809, 64K of RAM. 16K ROM with extended basic, etc. There was a 128K model as well that they mentioned in some of the brochures. You have to obviously translate some of this stuff here. Mentions it can run it up to 1.8 megahertz. I don't know if that's the ROM poke or if that was a full-blown RAM poke that they did some updates to get that to work. I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to translate this to yet. There's a nice clear, it's black and white, but a nice clear picture. And they had, printers and stuff they bundled with cassette recorders, disk drives. But the dual disk drives built in with a numeric keypad and a real keyboard, that would have been a nice CoCo machine back in like 83, 84.
And the cartridge slot right up front?
Yeah, right in the front there. Did run the analog joystick, so it was, software compatible. Of course, you can see the green screen from the graphics. So this would have been a nice one. This would have been like a Dragon Deluxe or a Deluxe CoCo almost. I don't know if it had a sound chip. I don't know for sure if it did or not. But just having a proper keyboard, built-in disk drives, or even the built-in screen, so you can just lug it around as a single piece, taking it to shows, etc., like an Osborne or something, that would have been pretty cool. And that's one of the rare ones. I've not ever seen any of these except for these photos from the brochures and stuff myself. I don't think they ever found one at the show that they showed at the Brazilian show. But if they do manage to find one, it would be pretty cool to see one of these, especially if it still runs.
Sure.
Another Brazilian one. Excuse me. This one is a website called Sonic Creeper Games, and it's actually a young teenager. And I think Luciano is the one that might have sent this to me, or was it somebody else? I can't remember who. Somebody sent me a link to it, basically. Oh, sorry, Jose Nito. So this is a Brazilian YouTube channel by a teenager, and he's actually going through a history of the evolution of game controllers. And the first one he covers actually is the CP400 joysticks, which you're actually seeing a picture of the original box here. And you'll have to turn on, translation, closed captioning to see it, but he kind of goes through it. And then he kind of goes, well, enough of the really primitive old stuff, and now we'll go on to more modern ones, but I'll just play a little bit so you can kind of see what he's presenting. Like, I'll just turn on closed captioning.
Oi, gente, estamos aqui para mais um vídeo no canal Super Games.
But it's nice to see young kids getting into checking out this retro stuff. We've been trying to do that at VCF and Tandy Assembly and CoCoFEST, etc. And it's nice to see that it's happening in other countries too. Of course, you're getting more modern stuff there, but
aqui no Brasil, o CP400 ou o Commodore 64. A caixa tá até com selo de compra na época. A caixa tem o selo de compra.
Is the closed caption coming in okay on the bottom there that you guys can see it? I noticed that YouTube recently has dropped the font size pretty drastically.
Yeah, it's
I don't know if it's settable.
Ele era um estilo joystick como do Atari 2600. E ele tinha dois botões.
No, I don't see anything. They must have just changed that.
Era só isso.
I preferred the bigger myself. But...
Quando a pessoa esquecia o controle nessa posição.
I didn't even notice it until you said something.
Yeah. Well, it used to be nice, big, you know, closed captioning. This is like a little tiny thing. Anyways, he says that now that we've covered that old relic, I thought it was funny, but it's nice to see that the young kids are getting interested in at least, you know, knowing where the industry came from as opposed to just where it's going. Next up, we have some MC10 news, but before we get to that, I did want to mention my Septandy project, which is being done in conjunction with Wayne Campbell. We've been fervently working away at the Basic 09 manual for Nitrous 9 and /EOU. Now, we're not going to have it done for Septandy. It's a huge manual, and there's a lot of stuff we had to add and fix up, etc. What we are planning on doing, because we're pretty close to being done this part, is chapters 1 through 9. So this is everything up to before all the keywords in Basic 9, but this does cover all the GFX and GFX2 library calls. And there's several pages that were missing in the original manuals. There was mistakes. There were sample programs that didn't even actually work. And there's a whole bunch of extra commands, particularly the GFX2 module, that have been added since that don't really have any good explanations. I did have a little text file that I included with EOU earlier on, but this will be, you know, a nice PDF formatted thing that you can search, etc. So we're working on that. We should have that out before the end of Septandy. I'm hoping to have it out by next show, actually. We're at the point, I think I've got one other program I got to fix, and it's a fairly large one. And I'm trying to make the sample programs a bit more useful in certain cases, like for doing pull-down menus and that type of stuff. We're going to try to make it so that the program is not only a good demonstration of how to do that type of thing, but actually a useful program in its own right, rather than just, you know, here's a menu that does nothing. So look forward to seeing that here in the next week or a week and a tiny bit, just to make it out by Septandy. And then we'll be working on the rest of the manual, and hopefully that'll be up by the end of the year for Basic 9. And then we got to start working on the main commands reference and some of that stuff. But that's going to be a huge project because there's a lot of stuff added. Anyway, back to the MC10. So Jamie's Hack Shack posted a video. He's upgrading his MC10 to composite video using the Ed Snyder Zipster Zone composite mod, which you can see the little board here. And he's pretty happy with it. He actually goes through the complete installation here if you want to see actually what has to be done. It scares me because it has soldering in it.
All right, let's see if we can make it go in the hole.
And
ooh, looks like it does. Check that out. And we'll
pretty nice clean signal. It actually looks quite readable. A little bit of the herringbone. That might be his camera too. I don't know. How many of you people that have MC10s have actually already done the Zipster Zone composite mod? And what has been your experience with it if you have?
Haven't. I like channel 3.
Okay. Alan, I think you've got one, or no? Or
No,
Zakey's
composite mod.
Okay. Jason, do you have one?
Yes, I do.
And did it make a huge improvement from the RF from your experience?
I think it's a substantial improvement. I mean, it's no RGB output or anything, but I think it's a lot easier to deal with and looks a lot nicer. I'm very happy with it.
Okay, fairly easy install. It looks like from watching the video.
It's a little challenging if you don't have like proper desoldering tools. Just getting all that shielding up off there to get the modulator out of there. So it is kind of a pain to remove the modulator, and once you do that, then it's easy. It is a little tough getting that out of there.
Okay, so it should be somebody that has either the right tools or a bit of experience to work around.
Yeah, I would say so. I would definitely not recommend you doing.
Oh, good. And neither Jim Gary, because Jim Gary goes woot because we're talking about MC10 stuff, and then he says, I'm afraid of soldering irons too, so he's a man after my own heart. But yeah, this looks, from what I did have friends here that did have MC10s, and I remember there being a fair bit of RF interference. Now, maybe that's not as bad now because, you know, the VHF channels are gone off the air now. But I think this is probably clearer than it would have been even with modern.
No, RF is still horrible.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Not
Yeah,
always.
just there are some limited markets where they're still using those lower channels, but even just the the lower VHF channels were always susceptible to interference, especially like electrical interference. So
Well, and there are multiple of the CPU speed on these slow CPUs, and low channels are just in the wrong place. That's why channel 3 is so bad on a ZX81, because it's a nice multiple of the Z80. So anyway, sorry.
No, that's okay. I haven't had any experience with this particular one. I've seen some people do it before, but I never really asked how much of a difference there was, and whether or not my perception that the closing down of all the VHF channels would have cleared up the RF, so it actually had better. But it sounds like probably not, and even some low frequency stuff is still happening. Plus, there's the internal stuff like Rick is mentioning that wouldn't have changed, causing interference. I didn't know if it was related to Jim's snow problem on his Akelabeth, I guess is the main thing. Next up, we have a channel called, I'm going to butcher this, L Villajoven FX. I have no idea how to pronounce it right. Spanish channel. And they do a complete history and kind of walkthrough of the history of the Alice in France, and also a bit of the MC10 history as well. Another one that you can close caption. I'll play just a little bit. I'll fast forward a little bit past his intro. Talks about the CoCo, part of being the heritage.
Y empiezan a crear sus propios modelos en Francia. A los que llaman Alice, Matra y Hachette. En los años posteriores llegaron a construir modelos superiores al de la Alice, modificando su potencia.
Talks about the Alices that went beyond the original.
El ordenador Alice tuvo un éxito relativo en Francia gracias a que el gobierno había facilitado el uso de ordenadores en las escuelas, y este micro fue el elegido. En la parte delantera podéis ver el pequeño teclado. Pero a pesar de su similitud con el
Hey, it's a pretty good. It's a bit of a deep dive. He actually does some demonstrations on it. He's got nice, really clear output too, of course. He shows a little bit of a breakout game in BASIC.
I wonder, did Tandy actually create the MC10, or was it this other company in France?
My understanding is that Tandy did it first, and then the Alice thought that would be a good one for them to, or Metro Hatchet, I should say, is decided that would be a good one for schools, etc., because it was nice and cheap and small.
I wonder how come they chose that instead of, say, the CoCo, or
well, that I think was cost. They wanted something dirt cheap. And the two, I think they wanted color and some sound, which kind of limited the ZX80 and ZX81. They could have picked a Spectrum, I guess, but the Spectrum probably was a bit more expensive than the MC10, I'm guessing. And the fact is, I mean, obviously they went pull-up passes when they did stuff like the Alice 32 and the Alice 90, because then they started replacing the CPU and the video chips, and went quite a bit beyond. They kept the BASIC mostly compatible, but that line actually lasted way longer than the MC10 did.
That's why I was wondering whether they're the ones that actually designed the MC10, since they obviously seem to be able to expand on it more than what Tandy ever did.
Yeah, well, if you watch the video here and if you read the closed captioning, he actually mentions that the MC10 came out first, and then the Alice.
Right.
I think they actually worked with Tandy to get that initially going, but then they kind of did their own branch and kept on going.
Right.
And this one here is kind of interesting one. So we covered SpriteWorks. That's Jim Mundy's his name. Now, he's the guy who's working on that Them game that we saw. And he also did the paddle controller style thing where you could actually have a joystick on each axis. So here he goes through his MC10 dev setup. So you'll see in the picture here right off the bat, he's got a joystick on the right, which is kind of been adapted for using the left, right, or the up, down, hooked up. But he's also got the Pi Key 10 that Brendan Donaghy makes, which is that wedge in the middle there that you can see is expanded the height of the case. And that actually has two real Atari 9-pin joystick adapters that actually fully function as joysticks in both. You, of course, have to write special software to do it. But it also allows you to hook up a USB keyboard. And he actually does his dev on the MC10 using the keyboard you're seeing in the screenshot here, which is a full-blown PC keyboard. And the way the Pi key works, you can also reprogram things on there to remap keys for certain situations and create macros and all kinds of stuff. So it's quite nice. So he goes through the hardware side of things and how he's programming for it. Well, then he goes through some of his software, and he says, and this is one thing I mentioned earlier, is that he hasn't found an emulator that will handle the SD solution for the MC10, the RAM expansion extended basic plus the SD card. And he basically has to do his development on the actual MC10 to be able to use that hardware, which is required for his game. I don't know if anybody else knows of any way to do that, or if there is an emulator that does have that feature that we just don't know about yet. If you do know, please let us know. But then he goes into how he does programming. Now, I'm not familiar with the MC10, so you guys that are more familiar than I am, like he mentioned, one thing is when you do a list, it's almost impossible to try to stop it at a certain line once you're seeing it whip by, because he always tries to hit break. Now, in the CoCo, we had shift at, you could pause and unpause. Is there an equivalent on the MC10 for that when you do a list on screen?
I thought there was.
Yeah, that still works on the MC10.
Yeah.
The problem is that it does list very quickly, and getting it to stop on the right line number still on the screen can be very hit and miss.
We can hit list to line number, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does show you can list a line number, but he said if you're just trying to look through code without really knowing what line number it's on, then that was where he's having the issue, because he was trying to stop it at the right spot. He doesn't know about the shift out though, so maybe somebody should leave a comment on his video.
The MCX32 has menuing that automatically scrolls, and it pauses for each screen.
Oh, you mean for the file list?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's talking about programming now. That wouldn't apply there.
What I'm thinking is if they could do it for that, could be done.
Yeah, but you have to patch the ROMs probably to. I guess Darren, I mean, he's the one who made extended basic for the MCX, so yeah, he could probably do something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, one of the interesting things he does is a little basic technique he has. So he says he's constantly renumbering, because he'll keep inserting lines as he's working on the code, and then he runs out, because most people number by 10s or 5s or whatever. And then when you run out of room, you have to do a renum to kind of, split them apart wider so that you can insert more lines in the middle. And he came up with a rather interesting technique, because he said you do a renum, now you don't know what line numbers all your routines are at anymore. And Nick, you hit this when you were doing the renum on Hero, where you'd have to try to translate, okay, line 400 on the original is now line 37 type thing. And I wanted to show a technique that he is using to get around that, to make it simpler. And I'll play the actual clip of that, because I think it's quite interesting. And I was wondering if any of you guys have done or thought of this type of technique before.
At the end of my program, so I'll say list 4000 to the end. And here you can see the end of my program has a bunch of go-to statements with rem statements that show you the name of the particular subroutines that are associated with that line number. So for example, if we look at line 4300, it says go to 3040, and then it has a rem statement that says init. Well, I know that my init subroutine begins at line 3040. And why do I use a go to statement? Well, I could just use a rem statement and say rem 3040 init, and that would tell me that the init subroutine begins at line 3040. But then the problem is, if I renumber my program, the number in the rem statement will not change. So here, if I use go-to statements, even though I'm not actually using these go-to statements will never execute. They're only there for the purpose of automatically updating the line number after the go-to statement when I renumber my program. So let's say we take a look at the init subroutine. Right now it's at line 3040. And so if I want to see the init subroutine, I can easily start listing from there. I could say list 3040, let's say to 3100. And there we go. We can see my init subroutine is at line 3040. But now let's say I add another line number to my program, or actually what I'll do is I'll delete the extra line numbers I added a moment ago. So if I list my program to, let's say, line 70 again, you can see those two lines 60 and 70, which I no longer need, so I'll just erase those. 60 and 70. So now if we go back to my listing at the bottom, list 4000 to the end, you can see my init subroutine is still at line 3040, but now since I've erased those two line numbers, what if I want to renumber my program now? So I'll renumber it here, and we'll see what happens to my init subroutine, which is currently at line 3040. Okay, the renumbering is done. And now let's go ahead and list my program again from the end, and we'll see where the init subroutine is showing as now. So now you can see, since I erased 2 lines, my init subroutine has moved to line 3020. So the goto statement at line 4280, it says line 4280 go to 3020 init. So this is now keeping track automatically of where all my subroutines are located, so I can easily just go down here and list the end of my program and find the subroutines I'm interested in. So for example, if I want to list the menu subroutine, which at the top of my screen here you can see is at line 2120, I can simply list 2120 to, let's say, 2180, and there's my menu subroutine. So it makes it really easy to find my program listings in this way. And let's list one more time to see the end of my program, which shows all the listings. Now you can see that I have many subroutines and they don't all fit on a single screen, which is why the very last entry, which is at line 4340 go to 4020, and it says modules, that is the beginning of these module listing. So if I list 4020 to, let's say, 4050, you can see my modules actually begin at line 4020, and that also will get updated. So if I want to actually list the listing of my modules, I can simply list 4020 to, let's say, 4100. Let's say I want to see more of the modules, I can list from 4100 to 4180, let's say, and there's some more modules. So this way it makes it very easy to find the modules that I want to look at when I'm doing a listing of part of my program. And these line numbers following the goto statements will automatically get updated every time I renumber my program, so I'll never run out of available line numbers to use. I can just insert more numbers as I need them and simply renumber my program every time, and these module listings will keep track of where my modules are. So
I thought that was a really nifty trick to be able to keep track. I've never even thought of that before.
No.
Game changer.
Yeah.
And even from seeing in the chat here, like I see comments like Daddy Burrito says clever, Jim Gary says clever, David Ladd said that is nifty. I like that idea. Daddy Burrito says I was never ever so clever.
Right. I'm 65 and now you tell me this.
I never thought of this either, honestly, and it's genius.
Self-changing remark statements.
Yeah. And the very last one points to the start of the routine list. So all you have to do is look at the last line, whatever it happened to be, and then you know where to start listing to figure out where your routines are, and then you just list those lines and or edit them or whatever else you want to do. And you always know if you have to do a renumber where the routines move to, line number wise. So I thought that was really, really cool. And then he does another preview of them showing a little bit more of the game than he has previously. Before he just showed some of the graphics, this actually shows some of the intro stuff too. So it's still work in progress, still hasn't been released. It will be in his itch.io when it does get released. And it will require the MCX32SD or whatever that gets called. But I thought I'd show you a little bit of that too.
My new alien invasion program called Them.
This is the one that he had the box professionally done.
Yep.
Right.
Anyway, I just wanted to show that because it's got a little bit of update. It's got a kind of the little loader screen with some of the other little flag things and stuff. Even some nice little text animation on the intro page. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the game here. It looks like a pretty interesting game too, and then that technique that he showed there. Now, if you want to go through some of the hardware setup stuff he's got more earlier on the video. You should definitely check out, and some other software bits too. But that particular trick I'd never even thought of, and I thought that was pretty darn nifty. Next up, as mentioned earlier when Paul was on, Ciaran has been a busy boy. Not only did he fix up XWord at 1.6.4, but he also converted 2 of Paul Shoemaker's games to run on the Dragon. Now, he mentions here on the Goop Rush one, he said, edit, worth noting this one's 64K only, and like Ghost Rush, may not display on expanded Dragon 32s. I don't remember the technical explanation for that. It might have to do with how video RAM's mapped or something. But basically, if you have a Dragon 64, it should run fine. And you can download it right from the forums on the archiveworldofdragon.org site. And it's free to join. And there's lots of updates and stuff that happen on here, including a whole upload-download section where these show up. And then we've got Lava Hero, which he converted over. And then he converted over, I think, the fixed one that Paul had mentioned. He had one minor bug to fix. So you can now get Dragon versions of those and join in on the Game On Challenge.
What's the bug?
And now we got some Dragon news to talk about. So Jillian Brown, of course, has been working on a variety of things for the Dragon because he's one of the people doing retro motherboards. He's doing the Dragon 32 ones. Ciaran's been doing the Dragon 64 ones. So this is the static RAM board. He's on version 4. He said the chip count is up, but the SRAM chip access signals are more refined. I think he does mention that it isn't... The last one he did wasn't quite working, so he hoped that fixes it. I don't know if he's had any further progress on it. He was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he still is. But this is one of the things that will be required to get a SAM doubler to work, which they've done on the state side here for CoCo 1s and 2s. If you put a static RAM board, you don't have to do dynamic RAM refresh, which means you can take that part of the cycles back and actually run, full double speed, like a full double speed poke on a CoCo 3, and actually run that, without, getting the RAM corrupt, etc. Plus, they also fix for the video signal, etc. But definitely lost some options. And then he's also been working on his reproduction of the multi-pack interface for the Dragon. And he mentions here, almost a success. The MPI is no longer stopping the Dragon from starting. There's a bit of connection quality issue on the edge connector, but it is just HASL instead of ENIG. I have no idea what those mean. You got hardware guys will have to tell me. While I'm prototyping, still got a boot problem if the cartridge is in the wrong slot. Every so often, it does actually boot the cartridge too, though. So what are those 4-letter acronyms about? Do you guys know?
I know HASL is the cheap sort of tin-plated.
Yeah. Enix gold-plated pens.
Oh, okay. So it's like the quality and the cost of the...
It's the plating on the pens is what it boils down to. Is it going to be lead? Is it going to be tin? Is it going to be, is it going to be gold? Enix generally, pun not intended, the gold standard, because you're not going to have corrosion issues.
Okay.
Or electrochemical issues, I think also. That might be a little bit of an issue at times.
Okay. So one nice thing about this is the position of the cartridge port in the Dragon comes out of the bottom of the case, basically, whereas the CoCo, it's kind of more up towards the top. So you always a bit precarious plugging a Tandy multi-pack into a Dragon because it was kind of like lift off the table. And then you have a better chance of, pins crossing each other and shorting and causing problems. This one's actually, I think, designed for the Dragon. It's a lower profile. So it would allow them to get one that actually fits perfectly. You don't have to worry about it wandering around. Still has the same 4 slots, as you can see in the photo here. So I'm hoping you can get that working because it'd be nice to have them be able to do some of the same, mixed batches of hardware at the same time with different cards. Now, we mentioned this earlier when we were talking to the guys at the Manitoba show about Mastertronic. Now, Mastertronic was a software house that went through a pretty tumultuous history in some ways. So basically, this was posted by Simon Plume, by the way, on Facebook originally. But basically, they've been updating the Dragon 32 software side of things. So they did multiple Dragon 32 programs, one which we covered on the show before, which is a Vegas game pack, Vegas Jackpot in specific. Now, this includes releases from Melbourne House, because Mastertronics bought Melbourne House out early on, and Virgin Games, which you should be familiar with for more modern stuff, and they merged with Mastertronics later. So that actually covers, output from all 3 of those companies. And they're basically adding right now to update the Dragon 32 list of what games got produced for the Dragon and whatever artwork and stuff they have at the same times. And once they get a review of it done, they'll actually have a link to that. So the Vegas Jackpot, the reviewed, we covered last week. Here's what the actual cover art looked like. Then there's Bug Diver, which got the cover art for that one. Haven't done a review of it yet. And then through Melbourne House, they did stuff like Enter the Dragon Super Cassette A, But they also did a couple games we have covered before on the Game On Challenge, Horse Goes Skiing and Hungry Horse, which are cross-platform arcade hits and actually were quite popular. And then in Virgin Games, they've got Death Cruise, I Ching, Castle Adventure, and UXB. That sounds like they're all adventure strategy games. And I do have a cover art for the UXB here too. And then they give a bit of a history, how some of these games were originally released by other companies and then bought out the rights to distribute through Melbourne House or those other two companies that kind of merged together. So it's good that, and then they did, a bunch of stuff for a whole bunch of platforms. So this is kind of the Dragon side of things. And the next one here is the last one for this week for the news. And this is kind of an interesting one. So Leslie Anderson, and this is not posted in the Dragon group. This is posted in the Motorola 6809, 609, 6800 assembly language group. And this is a Dragon 64 reproduction, basically, where Dan Werner made the board design. And there's a lot of IC, so he mentioned it's quite expensive. He said it might be possible to make a complete Dragon 64 for 150 pounds. And several people in the comments are mentioning that Julian and Ciaran, of course, have been making Dragon 32 and Dragon 64 repro boards themselves. But you notice on this one here, the keyboard's laid out a fair bit differently than a standard one. The break key's way off to the left. The keys are done in the more modern inverted T. Still appear to be pretty good quality keys, at least from the general look of it. There's also an LED on the left here, which I'm assuming is supposed to be power or something that kind of shows through the case, which looks like it probably was 3D printed or something. So it is a bit of a different design. And some people would probably prefer the keys being in this orientation. Not me. I'm used to the other way, the separate left and right on one side and up and down on the other for games. But I'm just wondering, what do you guys think of this type of a reproduction where you're actually kind of not just reproducing it verbatim, but you're kind of changing the designs a little bit?
I like it. I mean, not so much because I like the aesthetic, but because I like the idea of being able to repro it to however you want to make it look or work or what have you.
Are there any slots across the top in the back anywhere?
This is the only picture I have, so I don't know.
Well, you can't see that if there is any, right?
No, it's 3D printed,
No
and that's
vents.
about all you can tell.
I can see an audio and video jack. I'm presuming this is the composite out. Basically, that's the only thing I can really see.
And it's shorter, than a Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, the case looks a fair bit smaller. He does have a picture of the motherboard, I think, inside the case.
So
I guess there's some stuff on the back you can kind of see here. It's coming out.
So
I'm not sure what they are.
Do you think the power supply would plug into it? Because
Has
they
to.
usually have a secondary board, right, for the power supply.
Yeah, I don't see even room in the case here for that. So yeah, they must be using an external.
Well, there's the ATX connector on the power supply or on the board. You can see right there.
Yeah, on the lower left corner.
Yeah.
And this apparently is an older design. It's dated June 19th of 2022.
Huh.
It actually calls it a Dragon CoCo version 3.7, so it's kind of meant to cover both by the looks of it.
Yeah, there's no power supply at all there.
The other thing I liked about it here is it got, the Dragon extended basic, color basic, the 2 combined to 16K ROM stuff. It also has Dragon DOS on ROM on the motherboard, not in a disk card.
Ooh.
Oh, does that mean it's got the floppy controller built in?
Built right in. There you go.
Could be. I don't know enough of the details. Unfortunately, that's not mentioned, but.
Is this available in the United States? No.
Well, it sounds like this is a one you can just, like some of the other ones, you can, it's public domain and you can go grab it and get it printed. So
the hard bit's going to be finding an ATX power supply for it.
Hey, Curtis, zone in on that chip next to the Dragon DOS ROM.
This is a pretty low-res picture. I don't know how readable that's as far as I can go.
Going to get blurry. Enhance.
Enhance.
Kind of looks like a floppy connector in the lower right-hand
corner. In the future, AI will do it for you.
Over here, you mean? This might be the floppy 34-pin.
That looks like an FCC connector.
Yeah, could be. That makes sense with the Dragon DOS built in. So yeah, this might be an onboard disk controller.
There appear to be too many 40-pin chips.
Yes.
Maybe there's a spare 6 or 9 for dual CPU. I don't know.
I can tell the one with the one's a SAM, obviously, down there in the right above the RAM.
But once you do the CPU, the SAM, the PIAs, you've still got more
SAM
chips.
here.
Yeah, you still get, even then there's still an extra chip. CPU is on the left side up above the SAM. I'm assuming the one in between, I'm
PIAs
not
here.
sure what that is. So but the two with the like where your cursor is, those two are probably the PIAs.
Yeah, that's my guess too.
But I don't know what the other one there in between is. We have to zoom in, unless that's the video
That's
chip.
as much as I can zoom, and it's not a great quality photo to begin with.
We're gonna guess DOS chip and floppy controller, right?
Yeah, the one to the right of the CPU is probably the VDG. Then you got the two PIAs, and then you
You're
have...
thinking this is the disk controller here?
Yes, because it's right next to the two variable pots, which would be similar to the Dragon's floppy controller, where you got to have two pots to adjust it.
Oh, like the old 1793 style controller?
Yeah,
Didn't that
because
have
they're
pots?
using a 2790 something. I think it's a 93, but yeah, the 27 series chips, at least the one that's used in the Dragon controllers, has an extra pin that I want to try out one of these days. The 8-inch / flash 5 1/4 inch modes.
What do they do for a serial port?
Well, the Dragon 64 had a real hardware 6551.
I'm
serial
sure
port.
it's on there somewhere.
So is it there, or do they have a?
What's on the
maybe
far
they
left?
Maybe they went with a salt chip. Was that?
I mean, these would be joystick ports, I'm guessing.
Right.
Yeah.
That could be a UART next to
This says
the
cassette. I can
ROMs.
actually read that.
Yeah, it does.
Serial connector says here.
Right.
No,
And this-
because if you look at that chip down there, that smaller one that's next to the color basic, that one looks like it has the Western Design logo on it.
Right. That could be.
So that's probably the
6551.
6551.
Yeah, because the Dragon did have a 6551 built in on the Dragon 64. And it had a real parallel
Suspiciously
port, I think,
lined
on the
up.
32.
And so they have a line of, what are those, resistors or
Well-
diodes?
In the top
Both?
right might be the floppy controller because isn't that
Yeah.
ROM Dragon DOS?
Yep.
Yep. That's
Yeah, so we're
what
just
we were
talking about.
theorizing.
And here's the
Yeah, yeah.
connector for the drives.
What
Yeah.
was you snoozing again, Nick?
Yeah, I just what did I miss?
You quite a bit, obviously.
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to mention we've got a bit of a history of the Alice in France here from Peter, who's actually in France. That came up in the chat here, so I thought I'd read it out for the people that are listening to this and don't see the chat.
In French?
No, Peter's from Ireland originally, so.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like 7 generations back, but I can't speak with an Irish accent, so sorry. But he replied to Jim Gary. He said, "Yep, they tried to win it," and this was Jim Gary talking about, I think, trying to win the school contract. Yeah, Matt was trying to win a French government schools contract called Information pour tout. And they were trying to win, but Thompson with their MO5, a 6809 based, I think, or was it the 6 or 7? I can't remember which Thompson. One of them, two of them actually were 6809 based. That won through in the end. I've heard that there was a lot of underhanded government dealings going on there, though. And then Jim says the Matra didn't last long in the computer biz after they lost. I'm sure heads rolled. And then Peter says it's a pity that they lost, to be honest. When they took the MC10 design with the Alice 32 and later the Alice 90, that was something. It would have been great to see how that would have turned out if they'd won. And we've talked about this and showed some demos and stuff before, and it was quite an improved system from the original MC10 Alice. So anyway, yeah, a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of Septandy stuff, a few more wrap-ups from VCF. There's a couple YouTube shorts and stuff that didn't really add anything to anything, so I didn't include those, but there were some other ones mentioned, CoCo and stuff too. So that's where the news ends this week.
What are we at?
Wow.
time-wise?
Only 4.5 hours.
Oh,
Not bad. Not
piece
bad
of
at
cake.
all.
Oh, and Curtis, I don't know if you saw the message, but Paul said he sent you a message.
Where? Facebook or
I'm assuming
Discord?
Discord.
Or... Okay.
I tried to say something in the Zoom chat, but yeah.
Well, I guess it's his check bounced.
So hey, Curtis.
Oh wow! Oh
FYI.
yeah, Paul Fiscarelli. Will be in attendance and exhibiting at Tandy Assembly next week. I might be able to do a live walkthrough for the show next Saturday if you guys are interested. Yes, we are there.
Nice. So hey, real quick, back on that Dragon board. I just pulled down the GitHub, the Git repository
Oh,
for
you
that
can
Dragon
see it
64
close.
Repro board, and it is in fact using a WD2797. And that is a floppy interface cable right there. So it's got the floppy drive interface built right on.
Well, that's cool.
So is there
The clock crystal, and there's 2 pots
serial port anywhere?
as well.
The original CoCo 3 prototype, the big honkin' board set that Microware had, actually had a built-in floppy controller too. I wish they'd carried that over.
Yeah, there's 2 serial ports built onto it. You got a CTL serial connector, and you've got what looks like a DE9 serial connector.
Yeah, this one's labeled as serial connector. I can just make out the wording there. I'm not sure where the second one is.
Right. And then
Yeah,
there's
Ron,
a DP9 right to the right of it. Yeah.
This is audio video.
Oh yeah, Dave.
But yeah, the DE9 would be the 6551 serial run.
Okay.
It's the Dragon did not have the CoCo compatible serial.
Yeah.
It had-
Who actually had a bitbanger besides us? Were they common with a salt chip or whatever?
Well, the salt chip was a combination of stuff, but that was not a bit banger. That was just the level shifter for the voltages. The
Yeah.
CPU is doing the bit banging, so
Oh,
therefore,
Right.
so yeah, in that case. But yes, on the Dragon 64 and the Tano Dragon, those two have a 6551 UART.
Yeah, which is the same as the RS-232 pack.
Which, if you change the crystal, you can get 23400
Really?
with polling mode.
By the way, Peter 8-Bits in the Basement mentioned, yep, the Thompson MO5 was indeed 6809 based, and the My Bob and the Alien Fireflies conversion is coming along nicely for it. So if you have one of those machines, and I have seen them at the Dragon Meetups before, so maybe they'll be there this year, they might have a new game to play on it, done by the CoCo community, namely Peter.
Okay, we ready to run the outro?
I don't know.
Unless somebody else got anything to add. Forever hold your peace until next week when we'll hopefully get a live feed from Paul Fiscarelli at Tandy Assembly.
If you're bored and got nothing to do, come to Ron's garage and just look around at all the crap I put on.
Way to upsell it, Ron.
There you go.
Let's
make it happen.
Also, don't forget, Brian Weezer announced at the beginning of the show that he's going to be showing off
Yeah.
something fairly special and unique next week as well.
Nice.
This concludes another episode of the CoCoNation, the world's leading live interactive talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things the CoCoNation, visit us on the web at thecoconation.com. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to show@thecoconation.com. The CoCoNation show would not exist without the community and its cast and crew. The CoCoNation theme song, copyright 2022, D. Bruce Moore. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. The CoCoNation is over. Join us on the CoCo Discord server. CoCo forever.
Oh, me.
Okay, unless there's anything else.
Goodbye, everyone.
See you all next week or on the Game On Challenge next
everybody.
Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern
Okay, bye.
with Henry hosting.
Not on Thursday.
No, which one? The following Thursday?
Saturday.
Just the Saturday.
Saturday. Oh, the Saturday.